Hello there, everyone. My name is GirafaStev. I am the president of the Long Boy Club. I'm the very long and large enjoyer of wrestling, gaming, Finland, and my stinky cats. Tonight, we are going to be playing not wrestling game, or baseball game, for that matter. We're going to be playing something that's been sitting in my Steam library ever since Christmas time. We're going to be playing the one and only Dispatch.
Hello, Mario.
I remember this was like all over the place, like, jeez, half a year ago. Oh goodness. It's already been half a year. Oh no.
Hello, Mario.
But yeah, we're gonna be playing it here tonight. I've been looking forward to playing this for a while now. I've been wanting to play it basically ever since the start of this year. But, you know, other things just kept on demanding my attention, I suppose. Particularly the universe modes in SmackDown vs. Raw 2011 and eventually 12. By the way, hopefully y'all have been enjoying those. Better now than no. God, where is the time gone? Dude, I don't know. It just, like, vanishes. I mean, I know I'm getting older when, like, I just fucking realize, oh, October was, like, 7 months ago. I'm closer to the end of my 20s than I am to the start of them. But, that doesn't mean that, you know, I can't still have some childlike whimsy in me. By the way, speaking of whimsy, it's pretty whimsical that the goddamn chat doesn't work. I'm gonna fix that. But yeah, hi Dan. Hello, Zach. Hello, Bri. How are all of you doing this evening? Thank you for coming on over here. I will also request that while we're playing this, don't spoil the game, like, as I'm playing it. This right here is my first time playing this, so I would really appreciate if you have played it, kindly keep it to your, kindly keep any big plot things to yourself. Because I plan on doing a full playthrough of this if, people are here for it. So, I don't know. It's been a while since I've done something that's not, like, I guess, outwardly sports related. I watched Dean play this and I love it. Spoiler alert, Stev is a very long boy. That is very true. That, before anything else, is the truth. I watched the Dean play this and I love it. And this feels like something that he would play. So yeah. And mostly because everyone in it is very handsome and or hot. So, and also Matthew Mercer is in it. So yeah. That is going to be the bulk of what we're doing tonight. I played it on Switch 2 and enjoyed it. Nice. Oh yeah, there is a Switch 2 version. Is there like a version for it like on every platform, or is it just like PC and Switch? But no, tonight we're going to be playing it. But first, before we get into that, I need to kind of touch on that childlike whimsy here for a sec. Because I screamed Finland at the beginning of this stream, and I didn't just do it for no reason. Have any of you ever heard of something called the Moomins? Xbox version is coming soon. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. That feels like it would have, like...
Shinshishu Kujo no Minasama, your Corso Long Boy Club. Tu Kurapudwa, Posu, Yaku, Bijagamu, Soshitani Inaku no Onri Kurera Subate Okoionaku Ishi, Tata, Ete Imasu.
That is Japanese, that's not Finnish. I didn't realize that the homunculus was so talented. He learned a lot on his vacation, chat. Very many things. English, please, homunculus. No. He can speak whatever language he wants, and I'll nod along with him. It's all good. But no. Have any of you ever heard of something called the Moomins? Because they showed up on my feed recently on YouTube with like a 24/7 like watch along of the old anime series. and I was just sitting in a call with a few friends. We were like parallel playing things, and like I would just occasionally look back and forth between what I was doing and the fucking Moomin show. And I was just like, dude, this right here is a vibe. I don't know what's going on, but I'm very glad that they're so whimsical.
The Moomins make me wanna get some Cheetos and read a magazine on the toilet.
Dude, what does that mean? Sorry, I don't speak Italian. No, I mean, like, listen. Really now? Well, then I have some to show you. Does this look familiar to you? Because, like, over the years, I've seen these guys just kind of, like, in and out of, like, my circle.
Jaharat, Chaturvatulo along boy clubil, Jorsa Julis tam kekia Chopinayan, Baseballen, Moomins, Video Pelayan Jahazavan Kissin Henry Leativa.
What does that translate to, Homunculus? And if you don't recognize this guy, then I'm sure you recognize this. Dude, this right here popped up in my search results, and I was just like, oh, no way, I fucking, dude, he got it tattooed on him? That's insane. I love that. I love how, like, out of context this fucking thing, like, with the Moomin stuff is. Just him, like, brandishing a knife. And it's, like, a very small knife, too. Like, it's like, the smallness of the knife is beautifully juxtaposed by the largeness of his head. And it's the most menacingly cute thing I've ever seen. But no. These guys popped up in my feed last night while I was just hanging out with Siren and Whoops. And I was just sitting here like, dude, I could be doing anything. And just having these guys on in the background would just make me realize, you know, shit ain't too bad. Shit ain't too bad when these guys are over here just being themselves. And like, as I was watching it, I was just like, I recognize the appeal. I recognize the appeal because like a lot of the content of the Moomin cartoon is very just kind of like slice of life-ish, low stakes, just kind of
Father,
like feel good stuff.
Is it true that you're one of Jericho's partners for the Stadium Stampede match at Double or Nothing?
You know, against my better judgment, yes. But so is Moomin. That's why he has a knife. That's why he's got the knife, dude. He's gonna go over there and fucking shave off whatever hair Ricochet has. Hair follicle by hair follicle. The hair will disappear. But no, like, I looked into it last night, and I realized, you know, it's kind of small wonder why I see these guys very sparingly.
Hello, Mario.
He's gonna call Moomin Swedish. I mean, listen, Moomin is... Wait, no, Moomin is Finnish. That's different from Swedish. He's gonna call Moomin Swedish. I mean, listen. The obvious bald comparison is right there.
Well, gals and lads, and welcome to the Long Boy Club, you know, the pub where we get amped about wrestling, footy, video games, and a right nasty mog, Henry.
Henry's not a nasty mog. He's a stinky mog. He actually keeps himself very well groomed. But being stinky is a way of being, you know? Also, hi, Whoops. How you doing tonight? I need to reset the chat. Hold on. But no, like, it's kind of small wonder why I see these guys, like, sparingly over the years. It's because they're primarily, like, you know, big in Europe. Particularly Northern Europe. Like, Northern Europe loves these guys. They love them so much. They have a whole theme park dedicated to the Moomin. And how couldn't they? Like, look at him. Even when you ignore the knife, and you just look at these guys with their big old snoots, and his little top hat and his cane and all this stuff, is Moomin cuter than Henry? It's pretty close, dude. I'd say it's pretty close, honestly. Like, and like all this time, I thought that they had like no mouths. I thought that their giant snoots were their mouths, but that's not really the case. It's just their mouths are obscured by the snoots, and their mouths are very tiny. So, really, this whole character design is exactly what I love. In fact, I look at the Moomin and I see a lot of like similarities between myself and the Moomin. I feel like we're kindred spirits, you know? Like, we both have giant heads, we both have very tiny facial features, we have muzzles or schnozolas that completely obscure our mouths, or just, maybe we just don't have mouths at all sometimes. They can't take big bites, that's for sure. No, they can't. No, they can't. But look at them, they're still round. They're well fed. It's okay. But I do have to bear some unfortunate news, chat, and that news is the Moomins canonically are considered trolls. Like here, hold on. Moomin Troll, also simply known as Moomin, is the protagonist of most of the books, and most of the other things in Moomin lore. In the cartoon strip Moomin Troll, he finds himself beset by endless problems. He is a Moomin, a white little troll with a hippopotamus-like big round snout. And honestly, when I look at him, and I see that he is described as a troll, even though I know that that's what the author meant for him, I can't help but feel a little sad for him. Because, like, look at this, right? Look at this guy. Look at how approachable and how round and how soft he is. And then you look at the Wikipedia trolls. Like, they have the big schnozolas, but that's really it. You know? I look at them, and I look at him, and I can't help but feel a little sad for him. I feel like he deserves better than this description. He's way too pure for that. And unlike a troll, he deserves protection, along with the rest of his family. So yeah, they can't take big bites. Gone and well. He's gonna call Moomin Swedish. It's crazy though. Even though that most of it is Swedish, so maybe it is accurate. But then I also learned that there's new Moomin media in the year of our Lord 2020s, or rather in the decade of our Lord 2020s. One of them I completely forgot that I wishlisted because I'm pretty sure I saw it and I was just like, oh, this looks cute. And it has things I lightly recognize. So in fact, there are two different Moomin games like on Steam right now. One of them involves this little fella, Snufkin, as he's known, in Melody of Moomin Valley. It's a video game based on the Moomins franchise. The player controls the wanderer Snufkin as he restores a dilapidated Moomin Valley and tries to find his missing friend Moomin Troll, who is kidnapped by the game's main antagonist, the Park Keeper. The game is developed by Hyper Games and published by Raw Fury. Which honestly, based on what I've lightly seen of the show, that's like the most high like stakes that the show kind of, or that, you know, Moomin stuff kind of gets. And where like a bunch of like parks pop up and someone named the Park Keeper kidnaps Moomin Troll. And there's another one too, I believe. Hold on. Let me see if there's like, sorry, let me see if there is a hyperlink to that. Give me a second. Hold on. Moomin Troll, Winter's Warmth is what it's called. There it is. Oh, yeah, the player controls Moomin Troll, who instead of winter hibernation...
Hello, Mario.
Wakes up in the middle of sleepy Moomin Valley, which has been cloaked in the frosty veil of the Lady of the Cold. So basically, it's like an endless winter situation. Also, hi, Patootie, how you doing tonight? I'm over here tisming over Moomin Trolls and stuff like that. Because, like, I recently kind of figured out where they're from. And I'm just like, dude, this right here feels like something that I would really love. Just kind of as, like, a feel-good sort of thing. And again, I was just kind of wondering, like, why I don't see these guys over in the States too much, and that's because they're big over in Northern Europe. And again, Northern Europe loves these guys. Like, they have whole, like, theme parks dedicated to them. Hold on. I want to look that up. Moomin theme park. Yeah, literally. It's called Moomin World. And it kind of, like, has me, like, thinking about... Dude, in, like, Northern Europe... Moomins are probably, like, the equivalent to, like, Dr. Seuss over here in the States. Because Moomin World is a theme park based on the Moomin books by Finnish writer... I'm probably gonna completely botch this. Tove Jansson. Japan does too, to Mickey Mouse. You know what? Mickey Mouse is probably sort of like a similar comparison. I'm just thinking about, like, Dr. Seuss because, like, it's mostly a book series first. It is Bluey and Hello Kitty to them. Dude, Hello Kitty is an incredible comparison, honestly. It was designed by Dennis Libson and is located on the island of Kailo next to the old town of Naantali in southwest Finland. The blueberry-colored Moomin House is the main attraction of the park, where guests are permitted to visit all 5 stories. The full-size Moomin House was built, the absolute phenomenon that Sanrio is.
It would be a shame if some American studio bought the rights to Moomins and revolved it around pop culture references and fart jokes while the main character is voiced by Seth Rogen. Knock on wood.
I'm pretty sure that Disney actually tried to buy the Moomin rights from the Janssen family. But I think they turned it down. So like, in a big old stroke of just, like, finally, something that's nice and whimsical that's not owned by Disney. Moomin exists, so... hold on.
Hello, Mario.
The full-size Moomin house was built in 1993 to look like Janssen's own earlier drawings of the house. Hemulin's house is located next to the Moomin house. It is also possible to go to, for example, Moomin Mama's kitchen, the fire station, Snufkin's camp, and Moomin Papa's boat. Visitors can also meet Moomin characters from around the park, or the witch in her cottage. Dude, it really says something when I've only been, like, looking into this for, like, maybe a day, right? And I already know what, like, half the things they're referring to are. Like, I know about Snufkin's camp, I know about the fire station, I know about Moomin Mama's kitchen, you know? I'm pretty sure this is like a new hyperfixation for me. What? Dude, for something that's so big over in like, you know, Northern Europe and in Japan, there's like scant any information about this. There's like barely anything on this, I feel like. Almost sounds like what Nickelodeon wanted to do with Bone. Dude, Bone? Now you're speaking my language. Mostly because, I mean, I say that, but I've not really, like, read a whole lot of Bone. I know about Bone because, like, a lot of people back in, you know, like, elementary and middle school would, like, read the graphic novels. So, Barnes & Noble actually sells Moomin stuff. Barnes & Noble and Moomin World go together, Barnes & Noble and Moomin stuff go together like peanut butter and jelly, I feel like. Like, it's like the perfect, like, combination of, like, cozy and marketability. I have the full omnibus, all 1,000 pages. It's actually very easy to find the full, like, omnibus. It costs, like, $60 at, you know, like, a comic store I go to. Elementary and grade school. Now I feel old, lol. I'm pretty sure they just, like, bought it to, like, look at the photos. Or, like, you know, look at the art. Because, granted, it's a very captivating art style. It's like... Hold on, Bone graphic novel. Hold on, graphic novel. Because it's supposed to be kind of like a mix of, like, you know, like early 20th century cartoons and like high fantasy. So it's like, it's a very striking art style. Unfortunately, I kind of got into stuff like this a little too late to be reading it in school. I remember when it was printed in Disney Adventures. Hold on, is Bone a Disney thing? No, I read it because I was into manga, so... into manga, sorry, not the other thing. So when I saw Bone, I was like, what is this gaijin shit? Then I read it and fell in love. I remember when it was printed in Disney Adventures, elementary school and grade school, now I feel old, lol. I mean, like, dude, I will soon be old myself, you don't have to worry. I know there was a few Bone video games as well. I don't know. I feel like I would enjoy Bone if I read it now. The only thing is, I'm still currently building up my Sonic comic collection. So, like, I need to prioritize. Do I get potentially one of the greatest... Do I get potentially one of the greatest graphic novels ever? Or do I keep investing in my blue hedgehog? And chat, you know me very well by now. I'm gonna go with the blue hedgehog. Always and forever. I will always go with my blue hedgehog. Now into perpetuity. Still sucks that Netflix canceled the Bone movie. I didn't even know there was a Bone movie. Invest in your hog. Watch how you crank it, though. I really want a Bone series. Hold on. Bone video game sounds familiar, though.
Blue hedgehog equals high stonks.
Oh! This was familiar. Oh, this looks very familiar. Okay. Bloodborne. Dude, Bloodborne and Bone crossover? That's crazy. Dude, imagine Bloodborne gets a sequel. Or, like, a spiritual sequel. Which is not, a Dark Souls game. And it's just Bone. I would love that. Jeff Smith did a comic about how many times Bone cartoons got canned unceremoniously. Dude, you would think that, like, Bone cartoons would be, like, a shoo-in. considering that, you know, the entire, like, style of the series hinges on it being kind of like, you know, a striking kind of, you know, collision, AEW style, of high fantasy and, like, like old 1900s, you know, cell animation. So it was also good from what I heard. Wait, are you talking about something on the screen or no? Netflix be like, why invest in an indie comic people love when we have Boss Baby? I mean, dude. To be fair, it's the Boss Baby. It's the Boss Baby. Alright? What are you gonna take? The Boss Baby or Bone? No, Jeff Smith's other comment. Oh, okay. See, like, I only know Jeff Smith from, like, the Bone comics, so it's a great story that would work for an animated show, and yet studios keep squandering its potential. I mean, Glitch Productions exists for a reason. I know they haven't really done adaptations, but this feels, but like Bone, especially, feels very glitch-coded. You know? Pursue's only ever watched Boss Baby. This GirafaStev stream gives real Boss Baby vibes. And that's a fucking W. Alright? If there's ever one person I ever wanted to be like, it's Alec Baldwin. I will, dude, just by saying that, I'm one step closer to getting that Capital One fucking brand deal. Okay? What's in my wallet? Indeed. My wallet has that big fat fucking bag. You want to shoot someone? I mean, don't tell anyone. The Long Boy credit card will be real. I never leave the Long Boy zone without it. Speaking of Glitch Productions, I'm looking forward to Game Over's dropping tomorrow. Oh yeah! Yeah, that is coming tomorrow, isn't it? And it looks very, very cool. It looks like something that might actually be up my alley. Because I look at the Amazing Digital Circus, and I recognize that, you know, a lot of people like it. I don't think it's for me. A Long Boy credit card? Dude. I knew it. I knew someone was going to say that in this chat. Because we are right in the fucking, like, nostalgia critic demographic. Unfortunately now, whenever I think of, like,
my
nostalgia
favorite part
critic,
of the Boss Baby is when the kid asks the baby if he's Jesus and Alec Baldwin says, yes, I am Jesus.
Dude, that part had me in fucking tears. All right, I was sitting there, absolutely babbling and snorting my friggin' eyes out. Okay, I looked like these guys right here. I looked like goddamn these guys, but like imagine if they were really sad, and they had just like fucking Moomin mucus dripping out of their giant snozzes. That was me, in real life. Okay, you to shoot someone is insane. Cripes, even Cerberus had an animated. Blood and Bone, the boys finale. LOL. Dude, it's Bloodborne and Bone. I mean, like, Bone feels like it would be in Bloodborne, though. You want to ignore your daughter? Well, listen, it's a good thing I have sons. Very, very furry, fuzzy, stinky sons. But yeah. Chat, I think it's about time that we play some goddamn Dispatch. Again, I request that as we play through this, do not spoil it, okay? I request that no one spoil this. If you've already played it, great. I don't want to know about what happens until we see it, okay? I actually have an idea. I actually have an idea of cartoonish animals in a dark fantasy world. I'm gonna draw the MC. Lips are sealed. Okay, great. Thank you. With that, I think we're ready to get going, chat. Let's run an ad and then we'll get started on tonight's festivities.
It's break time.
Yes,
Where are the
yes
Cheetos,
it is, Dan.
my dudes?
Oh, goodness.
I know, they can.
Hey, Mom, check out Toby's new trick.
Oh my!
This right here is
Toby!
young Gravy voices Golem.
Clean? Call today about our $99 special.
I'm pretty sure that's just Young Gravy voicing himself.
You squeeze, you roll, you press. Now your bathroom looks a mess. And why is
It looks a mess?
The last drop of toothpaste. There's got to be a better way.
Aggressively
Touch and Brush,
British
the hands-free toothpaste
American-made
dispenser that works
commercial.
with just a touch. Touch and Brush works with virtually any size tube and secures easily onto any surface.
You gotta get the
without
touch
any
and brush,
tools.
bruv.
Watch. Press on the airtight suction cups. Insert your favorite toothpaste, then pop on the cover. There's no electric or batteries to replace.
The sound
It's
effects
that
of this
easy. Touch and Brush
were like
easily
completely
dispenses the
messing me
perfect
up.
amount of
I'm not gonna
toothpaste in
lie.
just 1 second every time. So now sticky bathroom sinks are a thing of the past. The secret is our patented technology. As the toothbrush gently pushes the pump arm, vacuum force pulls fresh.
I don't even remember
from the
what all
tube
was
and
in this
dispenses it
commercial
right on the
comp.
brush. The best part is Touch and Brush uses every last bit of toothpaste, so there's no struggling for that last drop. Then when you're done, simply place in a new one, and you're ready to touch and brush again. Tired of the kids leaving behind a morning mess? No problem, because now it's easy and cool to brush before school. You can even apply toothpaste with just one hand. Amazing! Touch and Brush looks great with any bathroom decor. Touch and Brush, the hands-free toothpaste dispenser that works with just a touch.
I'm hearing like the game ambient audio and I literally thought there was like police outside.
Time for a feed.
Like just passing by the house.
Ah, damn it.
Crazy good.
Well, I'm very excited about this, chat. I've been wanting to friggin' play this for like quite a while. That is pretty disgusting, Dan. Ew, one of the ads I had
excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Ew, one of the ads I had to sit through was for Harry Potter. That is pretty disgusting, dude. I'm sorry about that. What I'm not sorry about is playing Dispatch. Thank you very much, Zach. I think Google AI search ad every time I open a stream. Dude, I will never forgive any AI company now that I have seen one of them be advertised using the beat from like MF Doom's all caps. I'll never forgive them for that. MF Doom would have absolutely been like, no, you need to stop this right now. The dispatch situation is crazy. Okay, but is it better or worse than the dinner situation? Because that was also pretty insane, I gotta admit. I'm pretty sure that you rolled a... I'm pretty sure you rolled a short one.
In Battletoads,
Oh, come no. 5 lives.
Queen and Silas Volkmeyer have kidnapped Zitz and Princess Machinko and are holding
Billy
them
Willy.
in a mysterious world called Gamescape. The Battletoads, Temple and Rash, crash their way into the Gamescape and tackle super pigs, flies, and rats in order to rescue their friends. Although this game is very similar,
Dude, out of all of the Gitsies that sound like he's reading from the sheet, this right here is the one that sounds like it's reading from the sheet the most.
Animation and big characters deliver hot action. The
Hot
bonus level is so
action.
cool because you'll feel like you're ice skating and bumper carring. This 8-stage game is not as long as the NES version, but is just as hard. The new turbo tunnel is difficult, so remember to keep pressing the jump button if you fall into one of the pits because you'll be sprung out of the pit if a small platform appears. Battletoads for the Super NES has a code that gives you 5 lives and 5 continues. During the introduction,
That is in
press and
fact
hold
where the
down,
intro came from.
B, and A
This
until
man was the
battle
original
menu
homunculus.
appears, and then press start. The flag will flash red if you entered the code correctly. This same code will give you 5 lives if you use it on the NES game. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs is practically
Billy's
perfection,
Willy.
combining movie-like cinematic qualities with a great variety of action. True video game fans will appreciate the maintenance of high fun throughout and the unbeatable challenge, which can only be conquered with excessive practice. Battletoads and Battlemaniacs offers extremely high challenge even with 5 continues, resulting in a game that's hard to beat.
Or by cheating. I mean, like, I'm surprised that he didn't... I mean, like, I'm surprised that he didn't just say you have to cheat to win. Because, like, that's what a lot of his, like, things boil down to. It's just, like, giving you cheat codes and shit. We don't need cheat codes for Dispatch, though. All we need is each other. Tailor your experience. Okay, well, I already put in the... like, the content creator safety parameters. Get 5 lives at Dispatch by entering the Konami code. By entering your 16 digits and the wacky numbers on the back. Background opacity. I'm gonna put this at, like, 75. Right there. I think that's pretty good. Subtitles, speaker names, yes, I want that. Does this game have boobies and stuff? Pretty sure it does. Because there is visual censorship in this game. Or at least, like, there's a visual censorship option in this game. So I would have to imagine that we will get bare teat in this game. And I have made it so that Twitch will not eradicate me from fucking orbit when we get the fucking bare unadulterated teats right in front of our faces. There's gonna be a bunch of wieners and boobies in it. Dude, and that's on dicks right there. The dicks will be on the screen. Turn on to censor audio and subtitles. I mean, like, again, I already did the visual censorship. And replacing licensed music so we don't get DMCA'd from orbit. But, you know, I'm privy to some profanity myself. I'm very fucking privy to it. But, admittedly, I do kind of want to hear what this game does for, like, censorship. Because generally, I think that censoring swear words is funnier. But I also, you know, I'm fine with, like, keeping it off, considering how much we swear on this stream. On our good little Christian corner here. But, I am curious to see what, like, the censorship sound is like. Is it, like, different for, like, most of the times that, you know, a swear happens? You know, kind of like Aqua Teen? Or is it just, like, you know, the usual censorship sound effect? I kind of want to find out. Here, I'll put it on. Just for now. Yeah, maybe just for one episode. QuickTime events. Oh my god. Dude, it's got that brand new heavy rain type of QuickTime events. Where is the breast undoing minigame, chat? Is that in this, or am I thinking of something else? I'm pretty sure that's in this somewhere, honestly. Hold on. You know what? I think we could do cinematic. Be part of the action. Includes quick time events. Heavy rain ain't shit compared to this masterclass. But dude, I gotta find Sean. Sean! 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 Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. Sean! Michaels.
Obviously, I love him. He's my dad. What does that mean? Just say what you want to say.
It's just, when you add obviously, it feels a little less obvious. So, I'll ask again. How do you really feel about your father? It's as if maybe it's a little more complicated than you feel comfortable admitting, which is completely understandable.
There you go.
Didn't really know him well. He wasn't around much.
Well, you're gonna see him even less now, because he's dead.
Just so sensitive. Listen, if I didn't love him, we wouldn't be here, right?
We don't have to get into it.
Nope, we're in it now. Why would I be trying to find the man
Oh, God.
who killed him if I didn't love him? Why would I be doing any of this? Shit. My nose is bleeding.
Aw, man. It's just the normal sensor sound.
From when I kicked you in the face.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. So, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna hang you off the side of this building, and you're gonna tell me where Shroud is, or I'm gonna drop you to your death.
Come on, I thought we were having a breakthrough.
Hey, we did. You know, for being a real piece of shit, you're pretty easy to talk to, but the only breakthrough I need right now is the location of Shroud.
I'm not telling you you loser.
See, this is more like how I thought this would be.
I hope Shroud kills you just like he killed your father. I hope he spanks your little daddy as you to death, you hear me? Are we outside?
Oh, we're censoring even minor swear words, huh?
No telling where you'll
It
live.
smells like outside smells.
Uh-oh.
But wait.
I have neighbors. Use your inside voice and just tell me where Shroud is.
Okay. Steel mill, Llewellyn Steelworks, okay?
You sure about that?
Yes, please. That's all I know.
Stop screaming, God damn it.
Help!
Hey, I will pull you up if you quiet the down.
Oh.
Sir, if you want something to scream about, I'll give you something to scream about.
Oh no, we're gonna drop him.
You piece of shit.
He will remember that.
A perfectly good mattress to make sure you didn't die, okay? You're welcome.
It's gonna be one weird drinking game. Oh. Okay, cool. Do we really do have, like, the heavy rain QTEs here? Can I, like, pause this and go into the settings here? Because honestly, I think that the profanity censorship is fine if we have that off. Especially if they're gonna, like, do this, where it's, like, even minor swears are censored. Okay, so, like, at what point do I need to work, like, an entry-level IT job? Because that's what I was promised, I think. I remember that's what I was promised. Yeah, I'd rather it be uncensored as well. Lots of cursing in this game, so good call. It'd be one thing if it was, like, a different censor sound every time. You know, like Aqua Teen style. But it's not that, it's just the same one over and over again. It's just the general profanity censor
Fart this
sound.
farting game and it's farting censorship for fart's sake. Farting buttholes.
Far you, butthole. I hear that dancing is forbidden. Oh. So wait, hold on. Can I fail these QTEs? Or no? That joke stinks. Oh, dang. Okay. Hold on. Oh. Dude, is this where we get to the strategy part?
Time to finish this.
What is this? E. Build path. Oh, okay. So wait, can I like... Okay, cool. I could do that with, I can do that with the WASD keys. Here we go. Cool. What is this? Download spatial data.
All right, next one.
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, I can change the path. Okay.
Nailed it. Just one more.
Okay. Oh. I can see how this is gonna be a little bit... I can see how this is gonna be a bit of a thing when we get to the actual, like, strategy part of this game. Guide avatar downward to complete. Okay. Oh. He found the computer room, chat. Prepare to die.
Can I get a copy of that video when we're through here? Because it's over, Shroud. And it would be nice to watch that back.
Mecha Man.
Oh no, it's over, Shroud.
All this build-up, face to face with your father's killer, and you come in here with that lame shit?
Ugh, where the fuck is Shroud?
He'll be here in a bit. Oh, hey! After our conversation, I asked him about your dad.
Oh, this is the guy we pushed down.
He was very well hydrated. Turns out right after Shroud shot him in the chest, your dad pissed his pants. Bet you didn't know that, huh? So after that bullet tore through his insides, he still had enough time to know how absolutely fucked he was and just pissed himself like a little bitch. It was like so much piss. Because your dad was wearing shorts, so it just kept...
I get it.
Punt? Wait, what? Oh! Wait, I got a mech suit? No way! Eat! Dude, that was like Randy Orton punt. What was that?
Starting to think I didn't need to waste a perfectly good mattress to break your fall.
Perfectly good. I assume that cum stain thing was already in the dumpster.
Can we just skip to the part where you reveal your bullshit superpower so we can fight for real?
Well, wait, can he like put... Dude, I was about to say, can he like put his like limbs... Sorry, back in play. Oh!
Got some kind of
Dude!
You can call me toxic.
That's insane!
That works on so many levels for you.
Yeah, no shit. That's the point.
That is insane. He just had... Dude, very first censorship, he just has it hanging out there.
Normies like you use them. When you put them on someone who already has powers, fucking chef's kiss.
Dude, he has the most toxic dick of all time. Nice. Oh, dang. The isotope is coming. Oh, dang. Like, is there a penalty for not doing these QuickTime events, or no? Is there a thing where it's like the story is going to be like irreparably altered because I didn't punch this guy at the time it needed me to? Nice. This guy looks like he's from Rise of the Imperfects. Dude, he has a giant carbon rod, you're right. Deep cut reference, I know! Dude, I'm probably like one of 15 people that remembers Rise of the Imperfects, I feel like. Oh no. Oh, dude, we're gonna crush him. Oh, oh, oh. There you go.
Hello, Mario.
Oh no, he's gonna come through that. How's dispatch so far? We just started. You're just in time, brother. So far, it's full of swears and toxic wiener. And we're fighting a dude in a mech suit, it looks like. So is this right here kind of like a Deku situation where he doesn't really have superpowers? But there's something that kind of, like, you know, allows him to be super. In this case, the mech suit. Dude, the constant, like, black bar over him and his giant, like, toxic testes is incredible. I love how, like, unsmooth the sensor bar is, too.
So, what do you got left on them shields? I said 40%, but Boss Man says you're down to 28. And he is not wrong about these things.
Do you think when he teabags someone, he calls it dropping bombs?
Which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
That's dude, that's nuclear. That's not toxic, okay?
System check. Calculate the damage per second hitting shields. Then tell me how many.
Give his codename Toxic Testes.
To rocket boosters.
12.89 seconds of damage before critical.
Oh hey, Boss Man says if you're planning on diverting pulse power to the boosters, it won't work. This is a limited time offer, dude. What's up? You were so fucking talkative earlier. I'm just the messenger here. Said you're not calculating that shit stuck to your leg, dumbass.
Fuck it.
Nuclear nads is crazy.
I'll go to left. Now get out of there, babe.
Come on.
Red Hood.
Status.
Pulse status stable.
Puts the pants on already. Dude, if he put on pants, that shit would just deteriorate, you know? Oh no. Oh. This dude. No more suit. Hazmat cop. Dude, the inside of him is like Chernobyl.
It was just over 4 months ago that images like this were recorded across the Southland.
What?
Videos flooded social media and our newsroom, showing what many thought to be the death of Mecha Man. Again. For nearly
How many times has he died?
A Mecha Man has protected Los Angeles. Built by an ordinary civilian with no superpowers. This first suit was dubbed by some fans as Mecha Man Prime. 3 generations of pilot, their identities kept secret, have given everything to protect this community, including their lives. After the tragic passing of Prime, the next Mecha Man, known as Astral, teamed up with a star-studded superhero group known as the Brave Brigade.
How many times does he return? Probably more than Palpatine, at least. I'm still thinking about that.
Struck again when Shroud, a former Brave Brigade member turned villain, killed the pilot of Mecha Man in cold blood. But yet again, as hope was lost, a 3rd generation of Mecha Man emerged. A Mecha Man for the modern era. A bulwark against organized crime.
15 stream streak, yippee! Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Infinite.
Mecha Man broke his silence and addressed the media.
There's been a lot of speculation about my health and the state of the Mecha Man suit, and I'm here to put that speculation to rest. The suit has been damaged beyond my ability to repair, so I will be stepping back from superhero work, effective immediately.
Does this mean you're finished?
Can you repair your
What's next for Mecha Man?
Does this
He
mean your career is over?
Wow.
One at a time, please.
Ashley Rines, San Pedro Daily. Do you have anything to say to your fans? The public outpouring, the vigils, a lot of them were worried you wouldn't wake up.
I just want to say thank you for the support. I hope to be worthy of it. Next question.
Chris Stratton, Torrance Tribune. Does this mean you're retiring as Mecha Man? Word on the street is you're donezo.
Are you 100 years old? Why are you talking like that?
Answer the question, buddy boy. Are you retiring? My readers need the skinny, and I aim to deliver. Let's get it on the record.
No comment.
Comment on that just yet. That's the only skinny I can give you.
What's that skinny?
One more, please. I gotta get back to just
Homunculus, Long Boy Club Gibbet. Will you join the Gyra versus Mecha Man?
So, Shroud kills your father, goes to jail 15 years, breaks out, and immediately dupes you into a trap where he destroys the Mecha Man suit and puts you in a coma for months.
I didn't hear a question in there.
Two-parter. First, why didn't Shroud kill you? You haven't been conscious for months. It'd be easy money taking you out.
Okay, Shroud wanted the Astral Pulse and Mecha Man gone. He got both. I'm not sure I mattered much.
Right. You're unimportant. Which leads me to my next question. Most heroes avenge their family. You did the opposite. You killed their legacy. How disappointed would your dad be if he were here right now?
Wow.
Your father, your grandfather, they must be rolling over in their graves.
Answer.
I think he'd be proud, because I'm alive.
Everyone will remember that.
You so sensitively pointed out, he isn't. I think he knows that I sacrificed everything and that I did my best.
Shoot this guy.
Man, protecting my community was the greatest honor I'll ever have. Now I have...
I don't want to be violent for the sake of it, brother.
Thank you for coming.
They're bigger dicks than toxics. They call his dick and balls Chernobyl.
Up Mecha Man a mecha quitter?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like it'd be better if he died than be a mecha coward, you know? What kind of example?
Dude.
Stay tuned to find out.
Hey, assholes. Yeah, just put the TVs back and you can leave. I won't say anything to the cops.
So many people press the attack button.
Hey, who you calling assholes, asshole?
I'll handle this idiot. Keep loading. We're out of here in 30. And who the fuck are you?
Yeah, you. Go fucking hobo ranger? Who the fuck are you?
Honestly, I'm not sure anymore.
Right, well that feels heavy. But I don't know you, so I don't give a fuck.
Whatever the case, I'm enough to deal with a pack of fucking Skittles idiots like you.
God damn it. Look, you're hurt. You're not thinking straight. You don't want to fight someone who knows which hand every punch is coming from.
Punch with left. Yeah. Yep. Notably, no QTEs for this. I wonder what would have happened if I pressed, if I attacked with my right hand. You know, the one that's not broken.
That guy I threw, he landed on the roof, right?
All good.
Phew. Hi, I'm Blonde I work over at Superhero Dispatch Network.
Hey, hi, yeah, I know who you are. You're like, famous.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm just a corporate hero for hire. You're the real deal. You're the famous one.
Right, I don't think infamous is the same as famous, but...
Oh god, your arm.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, damn. It came out of the sling.
That's gross.
Yeah, you look like some kind of mime DJ. Let me see it. I'll help you. Usually dislocates the other way.
Okay, but have you done this before? Because maybe... Ow!
Oh.
Okay. Wow, that's okay. Thank you.
One of them is on that roof. You look like you could use a drink.
What makes you say that?
I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, well, you know what? They can taste the rainbow in jail.
What do you mean? Like different colored dicks? Sorry.
I actually didn't know what I meant, but you know what?
Could Luke Cage sue? Hero for hire? Could Luke Cage sue?
I think Busy's rubbing off on me.
Who?
Someone I work with. It's... yeah.
Damn.
I can't tell which one of us had the rough day.
Oh, no. I had a great day. Well, that's not...
Dude, all in one.
You're joking. Sorry. It's fine. Don't worry about keeping up. Something to do with the powers. It takes a lot for me to feel anything.
What a sad sentence.
Hey, you should give yourself more credit. To do what you did for as long as you did. Especially without superpowers.
Not true. What do you call this?
I can fix that one for you, too.
No thanks, I like this one.
Dude, honestly, I can relate to that. I'm like double jointed in one thumb, but
You must have
only single jointed in another.
Millions. So you'll understand when the check comes.
You're serious. Millions.
It's really, really gross. Really, it weirds people out whenever I do it in front of them. But unfortunately, it's like a physical stim too.
Why did you do it?
Do what?
Sacrifice everything to be a superhero to the point of financial...
Ruin?
I was gonna say hardship, but ruin was the first word that came to mind, yeah. You must be completely broke at this point.
Honestly, it's the only thing I'm good at.
Now that's a sad sentence. Come on, that can't be true. I guess it could be true. So, are you drunk yet or what?
Yeah, I should probably be switching to water.
Good, because I was hoping, after some drinks to loosen you up, I could learn a little more about you. And, if all that went well, present you with a proposition.
A proposition?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out if this is a fit or not, you know? Then it's just a matter of picking the right moment.
Well, I have to say, Blazer, that does sound intriguing.
That's actually...
What the...
water.
God, this is like pure alcohol.
It's not like alcohol, it is alcohol. I know because you spit it directly into my open mouth.
Dude, she has to... Dude, that's pure.
You
drink
She has to fucking do all of that.
I usually just drink it straight from the bottle, but I thought that would be...
Just to feel anything.
I'm gonna go clean up.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I will be right back.
She means sex, right?
What are you doing?
Hey, bitch! Hey, I'm talking to you, bitch.
Huh? Oh.
Alright, just so you know, I only turned around because someone yelled, not because I'm a bitch or anything.
You watch the news? This is a superhero bar.
Oh, wow, are you a superhero? That's so cool. Is this your power? You're like, tell people obvious shit guy?
You're really going to act like you don't remember me.
Wait, it's coming back to me. Hold on. Yeah, it's coming back to me. Oh, wait. You are Dr. Don't Do Shit. Your deal is you walk up to people, look threatening, talk a big game, then don't do shit about it. Also, you're not a real doctor, because you're a fucking idiot.
Shit. That is... Damn.
You good?
Sorry, I choked on my spit.
Dude, I love this man in the mustache.
I control the fire.
The fire?
And the flame. And
Oh my god.
does not burn. I am Flambe. And you...
Wait, oh shit, I do remember you. You're that shitty villain I busted up.
Not anymore, mecha dick.
Oh.
Literally just said, I am Flambe, a real superhero.
Is this Jacksepticeye? Flambe?
You need to get the fuck out of here. Now, we can do this...
Alcohol!
Sorry, which way was that?
Hey! No, Punch Up. You're literally fanning the flames right now.
You're right. Anybody got a rug?
Oh, the short dude. Okay.
Drop and roll, lad.
Oh, okay. I can hear it.
Thought he doesn't burn.
Some people become scared before they even know they're hurt. Like babies.
Nah, the mustache guy. Short dude. Okay.
Hey, Mecha Dick, get the fuck out of here.
I get it. Can you just tell Blazer I'm outside?
Out!
Relax. I'm leaving.
Dude, are they all gonna remember that I threw alcohol on him?
I couldn't find you.
It's cool. I was just admiring the art on this dumpster. Can't
Everyone will remember that.
put those words together.
Fart
Why
barf.
are you holding drinks?
Nightcap?
You're in trouble.
Actually, according to the bartender, that's exactly
That was written by fucking Meatwad.
what happened in there. I walk out and the bartender's pissed. The whole energy is awkward. And why'd it smell like burnt hair?
I got a little fired up with the guy, but he ran off before anything happened, so...
Oh, you got fired up.
Yeah.
Dude, I like Mecha Man too. He's good.
Hold these. I know a place.
Uh-oh.
It's a little out there. Easier if we fly.
Dude, the art and lighting in this game is so good. Wow. You're going to Snoo Snoo? Dude, I'd be getting vertigo like crazy. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
I actually thought you were taking
Shit, Omni-Man.
to sit on it.
Hmm? Oh yeah, that would have been cool. Oh no, yeah, this is better because you can see it, and it.
It's a title screen.
Couple up there already, so.
I know I shouldn't even bring it up because it was mortifying for the both of us, but I am seriously sorry about the whole spitting thing.
Yeah, that's usually like a second date kind of thing with me. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh.
This is not.
No.
Oh, this is Samus?
I was thinking about something else, but yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Again.
Don't you worry about it, Robert Robertson.
How do you know my name?
Oops.
This dude, he has two last names. Or he has two first names for his first and last name.
Oh, you mean a name like Robert Robertson III?
The third? 3 times this happened?
There's Grandpa Bobby, then my dad, who I called Dad, but everyone else called Robbie, and then me, Robert, because I wanted to be taken seriously.
Family tradition.
In more ways than one. Gramps was the first Mecha Man. He died in the suit before I was born. Dad was killed fighting Shroud. That's when I took over. There was a little inheritance and the life insurance money.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Just your run-of-the-mill, sad superhero origin story. The family tradition, if there is one, is dying in that suit. Which I guess I don't have to worry about anymore. What is it?
I'm not quite drunk enough to share my origin story just yet. But remind me to tell you someday.
Definitely.
Let's say, chat, you're all saying that we want Snoo Snoo, and we haven't even gotten to know her origin story yet.
We can work with this.
I feel like the moment... We're not there yet.
Sorry, I'm actually here with a purpose. The way I...
We're not quite there yet, brother. We gotta let it build.
I'm sorry. It was all a little loose, a little unprofessional.
Unprofessional? I'm not sure that applies to this.
I'm actually here on official business. How I know your name, the proposition I mentioned right before you spit in my mouth.
Still mortified about that.
It's fine. Do you remember a superhero named Trackstar?
Remember, of course. He's like family. That I haven't talked to in a while. But what about him?
I work with him at SDN. He recommended you. Mentioned that he worked with your father.
Yeah, he was the youngest member of the Brave Brigade, so he was kind of my babysitter for a while. How's he doing?
He's doing great. He's why I'm here.
God, I wish that were me.
I would like to make you an offer. In exchange for dispatching and mentoring some of our rookie heroes, SDN can make you Mecha Man again. But this time with all the resources that a company as big as ours has at their disposal. No more paying out of pocket for repairs. Support staff, the whole shebang.
So this was like some sort of interview? Crazy?
Unstable, damaged,
Fat
unfit,
buff.
batshit, dipshit, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. It's a big investment. It'll take considerable time and money to get the suit repaired and the missing pieces replaced. Plenty of time to learn how to dispatch and level up some of the heroes on our roster.
Dude, leveling them up?
Your work ethic, your perspective, it's all invaluable. Share it, Robert. You have a lot left to give.
So when do we get started?
The toxic farts or barfs. Is that a biohazard?
What does that even mean?
Oh, right. I was supposed to test you at the bar.
Dude,
Here.
dude, if he farts or barfs, anything he touches becomes like the elephant's foot.
Drunk people.
Noted.
Am I waiting or are you waiting? What's going
It
on?
was supposed to open up when I threw it to you. Well, okay, there. Pop it on. This is part of the assessment. And don't move too much in there.
Check out your new Oculus fucking glasses here.
Greetings and welcome to this
Oh gosh.
simulation. We may be superheroes, but we're nothing without SDN's real hero, the Dispatcher. So, Dispatcher, where do we start?
Oh boy. Yes! Dude! Dude, this is Knuckles! This is Knuckles! And he's back!
Well, it appears we've got our first call from a subscriber.
Great value Omni-Man. It's like, dude, it's like Omni-Man, but without the weird, like, generational trauma going on with him. It appears we got our first call from a subscriber.
I saw some scary, suspicious men last night leaving the old movie theater.
You'll receive requirements to help you determine which heroes to send.
Strike the devil's fortified bit. Oh, you'll receive requirements to...
Such an array of brave heroes to choose from. How could you possibly pick just one?
Well, dude, I have to.
What a hero does well and not so well.
So you do that. Strike the devil's fortified base. Defend yourself against the armed foes. I mean, this sounds like Phenomenon.
A hero with a knack for vigor and combat looks right for the job.
Dude, Brick House?
Phenomenon.
Brain Book?
Now that at least one hero is being dispatched, it's time to get to work.
I was about to say, I feel like that there are going to be a lot of points in this game where, like, people are going to need to, like, pool, like, break up resources a little bit. We have Omni-Man at Brick House. You are Robert.
A sound approach.
Okay, I was about to say, you're literally going away from the problem.
To SDN.
Now to return to SDN. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, where's our base? Oh, it's got all the palm trees.
Need some much needed R&R. That stands for rest and relaxation.
Oh, dude.
Don't forget to review your hero's performance. They won't be sent out again until you do.
Chat, you have no clue how much I'm about to fuck with this. Whatever this is right here, I'm fucking with it hard already. She's mighty. Dude, I can't wait to beat Brickhausen here.
On SDN's state-of-the-art graph, we can see an analysis of what skills the call required.
Assault on criminal hideout. Hold on.
Let's see how well I did after responding to that caller's, call.
I got Fire Emblem vibes from this. Dude, I'm kind of thinking that too a little bit.
There's no such thing as a perfect fit. Use your intellect and your roster to your advantage. The more that my skills align with the needs of the job, the more likely I am to succeed.
Good job.
Organized criminals, often led by figurehead supervillains, are the scourge of Southern California. We work tirelessly to root them out.
Wait, does this... Oh, okay, yeah, like I saw the Hollywood sign. Yeah, that makes sense. Wait, not Omni Brawny Man. Dude, Brawny Man and like Omni Man, if they both snoo-snooed. Investigate the dorm room.
On the college campus? Sometimes the solution is brains, not brawn. SDN's diverse array of heroes can solve any problem.
Investigate the potential hideout. discovered at the local college and decode the mysterious clues to identify this cryptic criminal. Clock this. So like, do I just kind of need to like guess, like which hero would be right for the job?
Quick thinking.
I think. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. Investigate the dorm room. Well, I think Brain Book would be the best, right? Because they need to investigate and decode. So by that logic, I think that Brain Book is the one.
I do things by the book.
Who voices this character, chat? Who voices her? Wait, Brain Book and Pom Pom.
No sooner said than done.
Knowledge is power.
I mean, given how we only have the one job, I think it's fine to send both of them. Oh no, chat. Yeah, I'm hooked. I'm not gonna lie, I'm hooked already. Oh wait, hold on. Oh yeah.
Effortless excellence.
See, I knew it. I knew that it was good to send Brain Book over there. Uh-oh. Hold on. The museum is doing an exhibit on local superheroes and needs a guest speaker. Alright, well, who could talk? Unveil the new superhero exhibit to the excited audience and incorporate your unique perspective as a superhero.
Gladly.
Sweet talker. I mean, with a name like that, I think that he's perfect for this.
If these streets could talk.
Plus, he's a giant lizard man.
Hello, Mario. One of your heroes needs you.
What? Oh, wait, they need me?
Your heroes will look to you. Make choices and follow where they lead.
Incorporate fun facts. How about that, brother? Do that.
These choices need the right
skill.
Remember each of your hero's strengths and weaknesses.
Oh, so like I don't know like what it is that they need.
A lot, actually.
Huh? They even had some like ocean voice actors in this game. What is ocean? That's Dude, she even kind of looks like Gwen, but like if like Gwen wasn't like a ginger and she had black hair instead. Oh, Canadian. Okay. Sorry, I don't speak Canadian. Yeah, hello, BitGamer. How are you doing? Oh no.
Hello,
Mario.
Alright, draw Zep. Hello, Zep. How are you? Beast Wars Reboot Inuyasha. That's what I answer to. Dude, we got like giant like gaijin to go here. Okay, so we gotta draw the beast's attention.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Everything in moderation.
Oh, so they can fit like any situation then.
Trust you.
Hold on, I gotta figure this out before we jump to commercial. Give me a second. Giant gaijin attack the giant gaijin, aka the average American. Dude, are you saying I'm fat? I mean, like, listen, if you want to get really technical, I'm a gaijin, you know?
Let's dash.
Okay, I think... endure the beast attacks until it tires itself out.
Let me balance the scales. Unstoppable force? Immovable object? Both.
Chat, I love Brick Shithouse already. I love her already. This is my archetype right here. So we gotta draw the monster's attention to them and endure the beast's attacks. We can do that. There we go.
Okay.
The diabolical supervillain El Diablo is attacking Los Angeles General. That looks like a job for Phenomenon.
Do it together.
No, just
Nothing
big
beats a cool,
bones.
refreshing sip of water.
Wait. No, just a big boned. But first, I will have some Mexican pizza. Done with labor work for today, but now I have to do paperwork. Oh, that sucks. Can we send the homunculus to get the Cheetos? I mean, dude, I don't know if I'm talented enough to put the homunculus in here, but that would be sick as fuck. A convoy of Diablo's goons are harrying the highway patrol. We overwhelm them with an onslaught of attacks. I mean, like, overwhelm them with an onslaught of attacks. Dude, I can't do it. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. Hold on.
I need help getting to my doctor's appointment.
No way. Minor inconvenience. I need help getting to my doctor's appointment. Assist the feeble woman across the busy street. I don't think so, brother.
Convoy of Diablo's goons are harrying the highway patrol.
As if traffic in this city was not bad enough.
Oh no.
Of traffic and going places, does SDN offer paid time off to take vacations?
Of course. PTO accrues at a regular rate over time. Use it however you like, as long as you discuss your schedule with your
I've been taken hostage.
What the fuck is a PTO?
Oh man, dude. Have you heard of Uber, woman? I was about to say, I feel like that there are just a few things that are a little bit more needed of us at this moment in time.
SDN values work-life balance. When the bell rings, your shift will end very soon.
I don't know, man. I could keep doing this for a while, I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, navigate the hostage situation. Wait.
Sometimes a hero can use their talents to tip the scales.
Harassing the good folks at the hospital. What do we do? Rough up and round up the goons. Could also pair people up from better chances.
Eliminated. The children are safe and sound.
Alright. What kind of baggage does Phenomenon have? I'm curious now. High-speed chase. I don't think we need that. We need to, like, rescue the hostages, dude.
Give me a minute, people.
Do we need to rescue the hostages? Hold on, we need to negotiate with them. Force them into a surrender. I think equilibrium is the best one we can do here.
In moderation.
There we go. Come on. Rest. Rest, please. Please. Alright, draw the monster's attention over to you. Please. Alright, great. Cool.
Folks, call me Justice.
Oh! Dude, when it said draw the monster's attention, I thought it meant, like distract it with, like, speed or something. You know?
El Diablo's goons are running scared. We're right on the heels of his sidekick, El Diablito.
Pursue El Diablo's sidekick back to his base. Survive the onslaught. And defeat and detain Diablo and his goons.
On my
El Diablito.
I'm ready if you need me.
Survive the onslaught of attacks.
Of course.
There we go.
No sooner said.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Is that, like, different depending on the order or no? Have you heard of Uber, woman?
Loud and clear. Moving out.
I was about to say, I really don't think that we need to, like... I really don't think that we need to, like... you know, help the grandmother cross the road, you know? I feel like we have just a few more priorities than that, you know? Right, cool. Did we apprehend him? Did we apprehend Diablito? No! Wait. Nah! Dude, Boo is right. Man. Alright, well, I put too much stock into survival. I only needed a Phenomenon there. Rather, no, I think I needed to, you know, bring in a brick house too, actually.
Our shift is done now. It is time for lunch.
We couldn't have done it without you, dispatcher.
Too true.
I'm going to enhance my break time with some of the snack offerings in our break room vending machines.
Great idea. Thank you again, dispatcher. I hope to be seeing a lot more.
Now that right there is put in to sell the position and nothing else.
Did he just say phenomenal? It felt pretty natural to me. And that it's natural for me to end up mid-tier, that said, for a first time, it feels pretty...
Oh. Well.
Did I drool on you?
Listen, I know it took a while, but come on now.
Well, you see why we thought of... Well, why Trackstar thought of you.
It makes sense, yeah.
Oh boy, wait until you learn how to earn XP in this game.
I'm not done saving you yet.
I was about to say, chat, I didn't kiss her because I don't know, I feel like that's a moment we need to work towards. We're only like... We're like 1 hour into this. We have not earned the right to snoo yet, okay? Please tell me we get to bring the dog with us. Oh my god. Give him cereal. I'll give him cereal. Dude, he is so fat.
I met a nice lady. She wants to help us out.
Father, why doesn't the Long Boy Club have those benefits? I want vacation days and PTO. But all I have are Cheetos, wrestling, and a free Long Boy weekly magazine subscription.
Dude, you still get that magazine subscription? What are you, dumb? That shit's been out of print for like 2 years. Anyways, that was very good, but I don't think we need to like just do the one episode. We need to do like 2 of them, right? Here, hold on. You had 52% of players through alcohol and flambe. Yeah, that was a very short game. You and 45% of players did not kiss Blazer. You and 46% of players let the goon drop, and your success rate in the fight with Toxic was 81%. You performed better than 1% of players. So wait, I could have failed that? Dude, that felt like a pretty scripted scenario.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Hold on. You and 50% of players answered the reporter. You and 32% of players dubbed Flambe. Doctor, don't do shit. You and 46% of players performed moderately well in SDN's tutorial. Oh! Okay. So like there actually was like chances where like I could have messed that up. Yeah. That was a good tutorial, but now we need to get into the real shit.
You rip, tear, and never have time to repair. Wait, before you throw it away, let Mighty Mend It save the day. Hi, Billy Mays here for Mighty Mend It. The fast, easy way to mend.
I'm not used to high definition Billy Mays, I'm not gonna lie, chat.
You money. Mighty Mended is not a glue, but a flexible bonding agent that grabs, adheres, and interlocks
I'll be
the
back in a
fibers of
second, y'all.
virtually any fabric for a permanent repair. Sewing takes forever, but with Mighty Mended, just apply, gently touch, and mend it. It has the strength to withstand storm force winds. Amazing! Easily mend a hem at your desk to look your best. Even if you sit and split, Mighty Mend It will quickly fix it. Mend pillows and comforters right on the bed. Or make furniture repairs and save money. Mighty Mend It dries crystal clear and is safe for most any fabrics. Plus, it's machine washable. Even after 50 washes, the bond still stays strong. Whether it's denim, leather, or lace, you can use Mighty Mend It anytime, any place. We even repaired this parachute with Mighty Mend It. And it still has the strength to safely bring down this skydiver from 13,000 feet. Now that's the power of Mighty Mend It. Plus, it's ideal for scrapbooking or craft projects. You'll find hundreds of money-saving uses.
Call or go online to get the complete Mighty Mended kit that includes one large bottle. But for everyone who orders today, we'll triple the bottles, plus give you a travel size and the money-saving idea guide, absolutely free. But we're not done. We'll also include a bottle of Gem It. Now you can add bling to just about anything, free. You get it all at incredible value for just $29.99. Order now.
Call 1-800-516-2354. That's 1-800-516-2354 or go online to mightymendit.com.
So chat, when do we get to hear the sweet dulcet tones of Moist Critical? What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm playing a fucking bat in this game. It's just like Master Shake said. Dracula called.
Om nom nom.
And
Oh,
I'm coming
excuse me,
tonight.
we're back, my dudes.
I'm coming right in here tonight. Anyways, let's do it. It's just like the great Master Shake said. Dracula called, and I'm coming tonight. Where are you? That's a good question. Hold on.
Dang it. I'm gonna be late for band practice.
Unexpected things happen every day.
Phenomenon! Can SDN help me out with this? It's blocking the driveway.
You can count on SDN to help lift the burdens life throws at us. Let SDN be your
He's invisible.
so you can rock.
She's definitely not making it to band practice.
Yeah, well, yeah. Wait, what's that?
Water boy.
Hmm? No. just
Oh
a
God.
Commercial. It was weird.
Weird. Yeah, right. Phenomenon man. He's like a rock star. It's I'm joking, cause of the rock and the roll. Cool commercial. I'm a Phenomenon fan, you might say. You could say that.
He's not the best actor, though, which was important for that commercial to be less, weird.
Well, acting when there's danger. I think if the whole world is a play, then he's still awesome.
Out of all of the guys in this game that look like invincible characters, this guy looks the most like an invincible character.
Yep, that's not right. That is not right. That is, yep, that is,
Just,
yeah.
Okay, let me help you.
Oh, no,
with
no, not necessary. I'm
Okay,
sure.
I smell a quick time event.
You nervous? Big job interview.
No, I mean, yes, but yes is more My powers make everything wet, moist. Water boy is how they call me, but yes, I am.
Oh no. It's Doctor Don't Do Shit. Wow. He's staring daggers at me. Or at least he was.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now that
Shape Smith vibes, exactly.
aside of my face, I see that I know you, of you. You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
Just on the inside.
You,
Aw.
small or different in person.
Never meet your heroes, kid.
Oh, wasn't sure you'd show up.
Oh, wow. Laser, Lon, a real hero.
Oh, sorry, but I need him for something. Follow me.
All right, it's time. Right, it's time to start earning that PTO. Whatever that is.
Take your clothes off.
Oh my God! They said it. They said it.
A lot of our dispatchers are former heroes, but it's better if you keep your identity.
The dispatch logo on the curtains was like the Family Guy saying the title meme.
I remembered you being bigger. I was a little drunk. Listen, it's gonna be great.
I've never felt silly wearing this.
Until now.
Yeah, I was trying to imply that with the silence.
It worked. I have somebody I need you to meet. Oh, sorry. Should I turn around? Or what do you... should I...
Censor his nips.
If that makes you more comfortable.
I don't mind.
It's fine, I don't mind.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sure.
I mean, don't stare me straight in the eyes or anything, because that would be odd.
Yeah, I'll actually...
Waterboy should have called himself the Drizzle or Mister. When I get pissed, you get missed, dude.
I am flexing every muscle in my body right now.
Really?
Okay, well, you didn't have to say it like that.
I want to say again, I'm sorry about last night. I regret the way I conducted myself. It was a mistake. A complicated mistake.
Dude, he is banged the fuck up.
Go into the details of those complications with you later.
Look, I'll take your lead. So if it's complicated or whatever, just, you know, let me know when it isn't. It was a nice night. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, I'd like to keep things professional.
Right, that's why you brought me to this conference room to strip down in front.
Robert looks like Bruce Banner.
Are you serious?
Looks like Bruce Banner after he turns back from being the Hulk. Wait, hold on, what? Invisible?
Who locks a conference room? So, you two fuck or what?
No professional lines were crossed.
Alright, so just like grinding, clothes on stuff.
Busy? Knock it off. I just got a little tipsy at our meeting.
A meeting? Is that what it was?
Robert, this is Invisigal. She is part of the Phoenix program. We take former supervillains, such as herself, and rehabilitate them to re-enter society to use their powers for... Are those my earrings?
Well, they look better on me.
Invisigal, this is Robert. He'll be your team's dispatcher.
Oh, washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
His identity, all of this, that's staying between us. He's still Mecha Man, but that can't get out. And if it does, I'll know who it came from.
You think I want to tell people our dispatcher's a fucking loser?
Look, you might think these are less than ideal circumstances, but it's something you need to get used to. When you're out in the field, even the best laid plans can fail. So, out there or in here, we do what we can. We make the best of it.
Well, I'm wet. I see why you like him. Look at that.
I'm wet.
Fucking hot.
Dude.
We have a weekly ranking list for all the heroes in the company.
The harem grows.
She called herself Invisibitch when she was a villain. We're trying to rebrand her.
Yeah, I thought Invisigal felt kind of corny for her.
Oh yeah? The name was my idea. Just get your shirt on, Dad Bod.
You could call her the Invisible Woman. I don't think that's going to cross any boundaries. Right? I think he'll be pretty safe using that. In my humble opinion. Oh my god! Dude, the typing on that man is incredible.
But we've got what makes the real difference. Great people. Some of them aren't even people, and they're still good.
Oh my god, dude, the giant cat head.
On this floor, fax, scan, does literally everything. Documentation, one of the 3 Ds at SDN. There tends to be a healthy amount of paperwork. I used to call it triple Ds, but I was informed that had a different connotation.
3 Ds.
Dispatching, documentation, diversity is the 3rd. Not in terms of priority, of course. Yep, we're all about diversity. Lana works in the mailroom, from a different galaxy altogether. And then there's Galen, way back there. Born with...
Voiced by Laura Bailey, by the way.
Florida, of course. Florida man over there. Hey, easy on the bath salts.
What should I know Laura Bailey from? Zach, she sounds familiar.
Where is the,
Oh, need a bio break?
Excuse me?
Restroom. I mean, it's right over there. Sorry. At work, I tend to get a little...
Corny?
Corporate, Dick. Meet me in the records room when you're done. If you get lost, look for the door that says records room.
Damn near everything. Alright, well, give me one that I would probably know. Key art moment right here.
Bruh.
Dude, that's awesome.
What's up, brother?
Mary Jane from the Spider-Man games? Okay.
All right. Good to meet you, bro.
Likewise.
Ew, dude. You don't know where that's been.
So roid, like steroid?
Huh? Hell no, brother. No, cuz.
I don't think this is... Dan, I'm pretty sure this isn't The Rock.
Like, we go scrap, we go ground, I boss you up, and then, you got roid. You know what I'm saying, bro? That's what I think. Hey, you think that's why they call me Roy? Like I'm on steroids. Cause they think I'm some kind of a juice head? They think I'm not natty, bro? They think Roy's not natty.
No, I'm just kidding, man. Just making jokes about your name and the shitter.
Whatever. I no care.
That's, yeah, Nokia is probably best. Nice meeting you, Royd, even if it was while we were both holding our dicks.
You one funny bugger, Mecha Man.
Okay, so I was worried about your unwashed hand, but now I'm worried that everyone here knows who I am.
It's Kapu. Need to know basis, and Roy need to know. I don't want to come pick up your soup or fix them for the SDN.
Cool. You gonna wash before you do that?
Nah, bro, I never touch nothing. Just touch my pants and underwear only. Even
Yeah.
Shake, I just do like this.
Okay, cool. Dude, I don't know if I want that guy messing with my suit.
Holy shit, who's this freckle-faced fuck? How are you?
That's an aggressive way to greet someone.
Who is this man?
Latte prick. Your bones, kid. You here to whip these assholes into shape or what?
That's the idea.
I'm sorry, do I know you? Why are you all tense? What? It's a hug, not a hand job. Lighten up.
Be that as it may, I'm still confused.
Oh, right. Because I'm old as shit. How about this? This jog your memory?
Track star? Holy shit.
Yeah, you fucking more men you don't know. Oh, and hey, they call me Chase around here, so keep it, you know.
Sure, right. Yeah, Chase.
It's been what, 10, 15 years?
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, I reached out to this little pissant when his dad passed. Then he got to ducking me like he owed me money.
I was in a weird place.
I understand, kid. It was tough on all of us, so I can't imagine what you went through.
Yeah, so what's up? You gonna tell me why you look like Black Einstein?
Sorry. I never noticed.
Fucker. It's the powers. I can move 50 times faster than the average person, but
Nobody ages.
It was too late, and I was aging 50 times faster when I used my powers. Nowadays, I'm moving slower than frozen piss to keep the old ticker from popping on me.
Then how old are you really?
I turned 39 a few months ago, but went to Dave & Buster's, shit was lit.
So one person I can't complain to about losing my suit.
You better not. I would resurrect and re-kill your fucking father in front of you if it meant being able to use my powers again.
Jesus, Chase.
Wow.
Man.
Obviously, I'd let Robert have
Already at the workplace banter stage. I love that.
extinguish the light from his eyes.
Was he always like this?
Yes, actually.
We joke, we laugh, we suppress our trauma. All right, enough of this feeling shit. Let's introduce you to your team of losers.
So yeah, we're starting with like the former villains, right?
Now, if I'm being honest, I thought and still think we should have canned these tunas months ago.
And you might get your wish. Because if we don't see improvement soon, the whole program will be scrapped.
Cool. No pressure.
Oh no, dude. What's up, guys? It's Critical.
Sonar here was a Harvard graduate who
will not shut the fuck up about being a Harvard graduate, like all Harvard graduates.
who also orchestrated some of the most effective Silicon Valley investment frauds in U.S. history.
This is our main cast, so to speak.
To a fucking bat monster that would eat you ass first after he emptied your pension plan.
Oh, so like, it's like he has kind of two skill sets then. All right. Chat, I'm a real bat. It's just like Master Shake said. Dracula called and he's coming tonight. Much like me, I am coming tonight inside of her.
Flambe, he
Controls the fire and the flame, and his skin does not burn.
Right, you met him. Didn't you ever run in with him years back?
I did. Yeah.
So you know he's...
Unsurprising history of arson. Designed his own suit. Crimes, arson, assault, and vandalism. How about this? Let's go ahead and read all these. Age 32 for Sonar. He's a bat boy con man with bat physiology and flight. He was born in San Francisco. He transforms into a giant bat, highly intelligent, addicted to a variety of controlled substances. Crimes, embezzlement, extortion, drug possession, forgery, fraud, money laundering, perjury, and cyberbullying. Dude, is that a fucking bat? Whoa, is that a fucking bat face, dude? Chat, the Sonar situation is absolutely crazy. Crazy. They put me in this game, they got me looking like a Scooby-Dooby-Doo villain. It's absolutely insane. Abilities. Pyrokinesis for Flambe, along with Flame Invulnerability and Pyro Propulsion. He was born in Afghanistan. He has anger issues, unsurprising history of arson, and designed his own suit. Arson, assault, and vandalism for him. 36 years old.
Invisigal, who you met.
AKA Invisibitch.
Ago and entered the program on the condition we didn't ask questions.
Why does Charlie sound like he's half asleep? I'm pretty sure it's just what he sounds like.
Turns invisible and doesn't like to answer questions. What tipped you off, Sherlock?
So wait, this right here is our main cast. So we're not actually working with the heroes. We're working with the villains throughout this game. Abilities. Invisibility and hand-to-hand combat. She was born in Los Angeles. She can become invisible at will, but only while holding her breath. Asthmatic and abrasive and aloof. She was convicted of assault, larceny, and robbery.
Here we have coupe, which I recently learned is a French ballet term that means to cut, hence the knives.
That's very clever.
Yeah, but it sounds dumb to say, so everybody calls her Coop. She was an assassin for the mob, then went independent.
Her age is unknown. Umbra kinetic. She has some Umbra kinetic weaponry and flight and superhuman accuracy. Birthplace is unknown, but judging by her name, it might be European in nature. Toru Hagakure, but that's a bitch. Bio, mysterious, deadly, and unapproachable. True kill count, like many things about her, is unknown. Crimes, aggravated assault. First-degree murder, extortion, kidnapping, and stalking.
Punch up.
Carnival strongman who made a deal
Oh boy.
with the sorceress.
I love the mugshot.
But his body shrunk.
He's got all the charming brains of a greasy bowling ball.
He has pygnokinesis, superhuman strength and durability, and pain immunity. He is from Galway, Ireland. He possesses the strength of 10 men and half the height of one. Battery, parole violation, public intoxication, and second-degree murder. Oh, so we're really leaning into like the Irish stuff in here then. It's like Suicide Squad, but as a dispatch unit. I'm kind of seeing that. Oh, wait.
Malevola. Terrifying. She's got
Okay, never mind. I like this one.
Somehow she's still late for every fucking meeting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she does it on purpose.
Dude, I love this. I love this person already. This is literally just Karlak 2, you know? This right here is like Karlak Jr., I think. She's a big buff tiefling with a giant sword. I love it.
Dami Devil Mummy.
Yes! Height 6'6". Age 33. Demon physiology, portal creation, life force, a life force absorption, and wound transferal. Her birthplace is unknown. She possesses a prehensile tail. Oh, it's like a bear cat. She's Sonar's North American sponsor. Atheist. True crime aficionado. And her crimes are assault, burglary, extortion, forgery, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. Oh boy, what's this guy?
That's Golem. He is a construct.
A construct?
Oh.
Yeah. Bunch of dirt and mud made sentient with magic. I think he's lonely.
Aw. It's like this right here is Clayface, right? He's a morphological being, earth mimicry, and regenerative healing. He's a large mass of clay and dirt. He literally is Clayface! He enjoys poetry and basketball, difficult with squeezing through doors. Crimes, aiding and abetting, disturbing the peace, and vandalism. Also, so he's like really not that bad in the big scheme of things, I feel like.
Michigan born and raised. The power is weird.
Flint, Michigan, oh no.
Some shit. A lot of this stuff is a guess.
Why is she dressed like a pop star?
She's actually super talented.
I mean, I'm looking at that, dude. Look at this. She has photokinesis, ionization, and holographic manipulation. Bio, 1.3 million followers. She's a music snob, highly dramatic, and consistently requests to return to her tailor. Crimes, assault, drug possession, DUI, and tax evasion. Honestly, not too bad in the big scheme of things. But you have like murderers on this page. This is honestly pretty tame, I feel like. And she also looks like Sia. So, you know, there's that. Somehow it feels ironic that a demon would be an atheist. I don't think that's ironic, dude. I think that's fitting.
Wait, so the Z team, my team, their Phoenix program?
That is correct.
Your own motley crew of...
Actually, no, it doesn't.
Not looking for miracles, but we'd love one if we could get it. Show him his desk.
Sure.
Disturbing the peace. No, I mean, because of devils and angels, get it. Yeah, that's right. No,
Hello,
you're right,
Mario.
you're right. You're absolutely right. Hello there, Ryan, how are you? Wait, hold on. Can I decorate this desk? Please tell me I can decorate the desk, chat.
This computer's older than you.
Log in, R. Robertson.
Wait, so we're doing this?
I'm permitting spoilers for this. Can I decorate my desk?
That wasn't a slideshow.
Look, we like to start slow. Most people don't make it past the first dispatch.
Nope. Ah, dang it.
What do you mean, safety?
That would have been so cool.
And this here is our little slice of the Southland. Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call, and guess who answers?
Me.
Me.
Exactly. Now put your headset on and introduce yourself to these pricks.
Oh boy. What's up, everybody? It's Robert Robinson.
Dispatcher, Robert Robertson. I'm starting my first shift.
Oh, damn.
Tell me that's not your real fucking name.
shook on your first day? Come on.
Can we clear the channel, please? There's a lot of overlapping on this.
I saw him in his underwear.
Who?
Dude.
Roberto, son?
I saw him in his underwear.
He back in my...
Oh, but he's got a lot of...
Dude, I love the pacing of these conversations. It's so good.
Shut the fuck up. Let me remind you, these calls are fucking recorded for training fucking purposes. So keep the fucking line clear before we send your stupid fucking asses back to whatever fucking cell we pulled your stupid fucking asses out of.
Dude, that's crazy.
Balloon is stuck in a tree. Can you send someone?
Bro, absolutely. We gotta climb here. Don't make the child cry. So we gotta climb. So we need someone who's fast. So Gollum would probably make them cry, right? Invisigal feels like that she has a bit more to offer for something like this. Alright, well, here's the question, chat. Which of these crazy characters here is most likely to make sure that, you know, no one cries?
Hello, Mario.
Prism, maybe? Invisigal? Hello there, Ray J. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I'm leaning towards Prism or Invisigal. Maybe Coop as well, because she can fly. Like, in terms of getting the balloon, I have no doubt that she could do that. But will she walk out of this without making the child cry? That's the question. Okay, yeah, I'm going with the Invisigal. Go.
Just so you know, I'm not going for you. I'm going because I have to.
Okay, great.
I can handle this a lot faster on my own.
Lone Wolf revealed. When sent alone, Invisigal reduces travel time and call completion speed. Okay, so like they all have like their own individual perks too. That's cool. All right, go get that balloon.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting a hero for a very important event.
Dude, Vanderstank?
Certified genius. Literally, he has a certificate.
I'm sorry, that's just Charlie.
Paper that says you're a genius?
You're just jealous. This guy rules.
I'm a real-life genius, chat. Alright, very high-profile ribbon cutting. Someone to look good. I can't think of anyone better than Prism, chat. Honestly. Now go do it.
I got a coupon for a man and Denise's, but fair warning. Denise is a snitch, so don't tell her nothing.
Sonar, LAO. Dude, if I said Sonar to get that balloon, we would be having a crying child on our hands. Honestly. Nice.
Friday?
Today's Friday.
I know.
Aw. Dude, everyone hates me. I hate that. I hate that for me. Alright, what's this? Huh? Hold on. Dude, I thought that she meant like actual shit. No. Wait, did she mean actual shit? I don't want that, dude. I don't know if we're the people who are qualified for this. You know? I don't think we're necessarily qualified for this.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Hold on. I don't think that's the one we need. We need this one. There we go.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Idea Maker. How are you? Sonar looks like he's about to start a rant about the difference between gun clips and mags. I mean, he was convicted for cyberbullying. Let's not let that get lost here, you know? Okay, I need to find a way to get up there. There we go. Sonar. You utter buffoon. You fucking goofy goober. The triple gooberberry sunrise situation is crazy. Oh my god, my bidet is spraying shit everywhere. Oh no, that's... Okay, yeah, we were talking about shit, weren't we? Fight at Crypto Night?
Get these idiots out of my bar before they destroy it. And don't
Oh my god! Don't send the flaming asshole.
Mecha Man.
And he kicked Flambe's ass. Okay, that little shit did not.
Crypto Night is insane.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
No, you didn't. Because it didn't happen, Bob. So we're all going to shut up about it. Yeah? Okay.
Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna send 2 people over there. It's all about Malevola and Punch Up. Hold on. They said don't send Flambe, so we're not gonna send him. Instead, we're gonna send these 2. I think this right here is the best one.
You know, people judge me when they first see me, but then they get to know me and they judge me even more.
Hold on. Let's see. Did you complete it? Very high profile ribbon cutting. Come on, please. Oh yeah, we're good.
What's this guy even famous for? Seemed like a loser to me.
That's what you want. Someday, my subconscious will live on in a chip, and your subconscious will be dead. Cringe. Sonar even talks like a fucking, like... He even, like, talks like a friggin' I'm a basement dweller, like, keyboard warrior. That's great. Is the game really that hard to get into gameplay-wise? No, I'm liking it. These idiots are fighting over the name Fight Man. Let's try giving them new names. Maybe that'll help solve that. Suggest badass sounding names. Suggest dumbass sounding names. I think we need to do... So chat, are we gonna do dumbass or badass sounding names? Because I'm thinking we need to give them some dumbass names here. Dumbass, lol. Got it, brother. Come on. Oh, okay. Okay.
Fighter-Man and Man-Fighter.
Fighter-Man and Man-Fighter is good. Dude, if you're not a man-fighter, what are you fighting?
Progress at the yacht club.
Right, boat robbery in progress. We need to pursue them and return the boat in one piece. So, I'm thinking that we need to send Coop there. And if anyone's gonna return the boat, I feel like that she's gonna be able to, like, you know, do it the best.
So what was your read on this Mecha Man guy?
Washed up, drinking alone. A robot guy without his robot, I guess.
So, just a guy?
Hear that, Flambe? You got your ass kicked by just a guy.
All of you.
They called my friend Mike just a guy.
You're off route.
What? Flambe, what are you doing? Flambe, what are you doing? Where are you, man? Huh?
The local park has gotten out of control.
Hey!
Start that fire.
No.
The fire that's burning 2 blocks from where you're standing. You didn't start that.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude!
So how could I know?
Flambe, stop fucking around. I've got enough.
Hey, nothing you can say.
Whatever, man.
Durable to prevent further damage. Quick before the fire spreads to homes. So we need someone durable. Again, I can't think of anyone except Gollum for the job, frankly.
Okay.
Gollum, go and clean up Flambe's mess.
I literally have rocks for brains.
Yeah, and that makes you unflammable right there. So if anything, you're perfect for the job.
Oh, well done.
Nice job, guys. All right, what's this? Museum robbery.
I don't know what you do, man. I just started today.
Security system has been taken. Security system takes control of Squidward's house and begins avoiding motion sensors and apprehending the thieves. Okay, so we need to avoid motion sensors and apprehend the thieves.
On my way.
All right, Invisigal, you said that you're better on your own. Prove yourself right. Go do it.
Amateur hour.
Go do it.
Diaz here. Today's topic is all about SDN hiring criminals to protect us.
Okay, so what's all this? Educate the Bozone on SDN's Phoenix program. Prove him wrong about the Z team. Oh, dude. We're gonna send Moist Critical over there. What's up, everybody? It's Sonar, right here on the Bone Zone.
He said I got arrested for tax evasion. I wish.
I was gonna say Malevola because she could teleport. Yeah, but like Invisigal can turn invisible. Okay? How we get around the sensors? Weave through the sensors. Yeah, I can hack through them. Hold on. We're gonna hack. I keep forgetting who Moist voices in this game. I mean, once you hear it, it's pretty obvious. So, right, museum security level is up. Okay. You know, now that I'm seeing it, yeah. I feel like Malevola probably would have been a much better pick for this. Because now we have laser grids, and I don't know if Invisigal can, like, you know, go through those without being detected. Chances of success, up.
Hey, it's me again, Galen. Blazer told me to show you the ropes, so here we are. Hey, a hero ranked up. Good job. Go check that hero database.
Oh god, dude, he's so disinterested. Also, thank you for the 5-stream streak, Idea Maker.
Now navigate to the new Upgrade tab.
Upgrade tab?
Every rank up earns skill points.
Oh!
For increasing stats.
Vigor, mobility, intellect.
Use the plus icon next to a stat to spend a skill point.
Sure do, brother.
You can't go back.
Personally, I feel that I think that Invisigal would probably work the best with mobility. So I think we're gonna min-max her all the way up into mobility. Lone Wolf. When sent alone, Invisigal reduces travel time and call completion time. Oh, so like it only reduces like her like time that she's out. Got it. Hold on. Oh boy. The fire is out of control. How should we stop it? Use the hose to extinguish the fire, or use your body to smother the flames. I think use your body to smother the flames is right. Because then Gollum is made of solid rock. So if anything, that fits his skill set to a T.
Just kidding. I know I was in my bag on that one.
Good job, Gollum. Alright, what's this all about then? We've encountered these things before. Compile and cross-reference past cases of this art crime rig. So who here's the smartest out of everyone? I'm pretty sure the smartest one is Sonar, and he's busy at the moment. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for Flambe and Invisigal to, you know, get rested up. And then we're gonna send them out. Or at least we're gonna, like, see if we can send them out. Track down members to find their hideout.
Swift as the knife. Sharp as my knife.
On calls with 2 slots or more, I think. Coop gains +1 combat if placed in the first slot, and +1 mobility if placed in the second. Oh, so like... Okay, so like placement actually does matter.
Huge.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna put Malevola right there. And we need someone with brains over here, too.
Graceful, but deadly.
I really wish we didn't have Sonar busy right now, because I feel like this would be perfect for him. Again, he's former cyberbully. He probably doxed like 50,000 people before he got, like, you know, apprehended. So we gotta track them down, which tells me that we need speed as well. So we're gonna send both these guys out.
I may not be everyone's face, but I am a lot of people's fetish. Like a lot? Too many.
I think we were called out, chat. Malevola, it's not my fault. You can blame Karlak for that. It's not my fault that she is the hottest character of all time. Okay? That's not my fault. That right there is the dev's fault. That's fucking Larian's fault. It is all because of Karlak that I love tieflings. Alright, let's see if you did... Alright, Sonar, let's see if you did good. Nice, buddy.
Or am I really fucking good at this?
Chat, is it just me, or am I really fucking good at this?
Going on a Sonar?
Oh, that, yeah, he kind of randomly turns into a monster sometimes.
Randomly.
We are working on controlling it.
Okay. That is... Sonar transforms after returning from a call. His intellect swaps with combat and his charisma stat... Hey, turn that... Go back. Sonar transforms after returning from a call. His intellect swaps with combat and his charisma swaps with vigor until the next call. Okay, so like we can... It's like we can like call him in for something that requires, you know, more strength. Okay. Right, we gotta apprehend the art thief. Okay, so like I was actually on the money with that. Got it. Blame artists.
Hey, Bobby. Here, William Vandersnake needs a security detail. Is it cool if I go? I've been wanting to pitch him some stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, pretty sure that's exactly what he's trying to avoid.
Wait. For some situations, you can only choose one solution. Wait, so hold on.
You to protect Mr. Vanderstank from the Vanderstanker fan club.
Vanderstank? Hold on. You must protect Vanderstank from the Vanderstank fan club. Once you dispatch a hero, the other option will disappear. Okay, well how... Okay, hold on. Hold on. I could put in more skill points here, right? Intellect, I feel like that's got to go in there. We have one more that we can upgrade to. Right, Malevola. Charisma, I feel like she's got to go in there. Yeah, I got a couple level ups, actually. Send Sonar as security. Hold on.
High-ranking Vanderstanker. It would mean a lot.
Right, let's Sonar meet his hero, William Vanderstank, and pitch him ideas. I'm a high-ranking Vanderstank. It would mean a lot. I don't think that you're in the right frame of mind for this, buddy. I think we need to send someone that's not a giant bat right now. Ignoring fans, even Sonar, for bothering him and look good while doing it. Well, I think that punch-up is the man for the job.
Yeah, alright.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
If he wasn't a monster bat, I would send him over. But since he is, that kind of defeats the purpose of what we're doing here.
I can't do it. I need you in the field. Sorry.
That's like...
Sonar will remember this. Juvenile pickpocket at large.
Shit, I want it behind bars.
Track down the pickpocket and bring him home. Encourage him to turn his life around. So we need someone who's good at talking and speed. I think we're not doing that just yet.
Alright,
Alright, I'll snitch. Just cut me a deal, okay?
Okay, hold on. Assault. Hideout is well guarded. Stealth and use of surroundings will be key in taking them down. It's well guarded, which means that we're gonna need probably Invisigal here. Dude, I'm working her to the bone, I feel like. Hold on just a second. Kid just robbed me. I want that little shit behind bars. Track down the pickpocket and bring him home. Encourage him to turn his life around. Okay, Malevola.
On it.
Go do it.
Well, the best teacher is Fia.
Right, guard. Stop him. There you go.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all,
Exactly, brother. Good job. You can upgrade. Hold on. The sentient construct. Dude, I need him to be the brick shit house right here. He needs to be like all defense, I feel like. And as for you, Punch Up, I need you to be charismatic as hell, dude. Yeah. Charisma, I think, is it. Right there. So we need stealth and intellect, I feel like. I'll do that.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
Okay. Jeez.
How long was
She's so intense.
2 days. New record.
How the fuck did that happen?
I set this car on fire. Yeah. Very flammable. Kia Soul.
Wait, hold on. Scare the kid straight? Disrupted. They caught the kid, but have no idea what to do with a 12-year-old thief. Escort him home, give him a pet talk, or scare the kid straight. You know what?
Kid straight. That should teach him a lesson.
I mean, scaring children. Obviously my favorite part of the job.
Scared. Shitless. Nice. Good job, Malevola. Hold on. There's a lot of thieves in this hideout. How should the team approach? Get the paintings out quietly. I think we need to get the paintings out quietly. Take down the thieves, not the art. Feel like that. Take the paintings out quietly is gonna be...
Quietly.
No promises. I'm a screamer.
Good job.
Be insufferable about this.
Dude, Invisigal got up again. Okay. Again, we're min-maxing her crazy style. She has big mobility. Huge. Wait, yeah, dude, I don't want this to end. This is awesome. Oh, hold on. Struggling sounds and go.
Hold up, aren't you banned?
Yeah, and I gotta get unbanned. Yeah, nice try, dude. I'm not going anywhere. Except Granny's.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Can I not, like, replace her with anybody? Oh, so they have ones that you have to send them to. I'm surprised one of Invisigal's crimes isn't voyeurism. Listen, man, maybe she's not into that.
Need to get some steps in anyway. Can I get ice down here, please?
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Okay, I think that's a pretty good place to run the ad. Hold on. All right, we sent Invisigal to a special...
It's break time.
To a special
Where are the
crime.
Cheetos, my dudes?
So we'll see how she comes
Attention
back.
Parents and grandparents
Oh, God.
of young children. Gerber Life is accepting applications for their affordable grow-up plan. The grow-up plan
No
gives your
way, the
child
affordable grown-up
$10,000
plan,
in
chat.
whole life insurance protection now, then doubles automatically to $20,000 later at no extra cost. Free information will be sent to parents and grandparents who call now. Help give your child a head start for just pennies a day. Don't wait. Call now for free information.
Call 1-800-829-8866. Call now.
So, Zach, you're going to be happy to know that I once again bought Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It was not because of this ad or anything else. I was just kind of feeling it, you know? I felt the need in my bones.
It's all that cinnamon and sugar that makes those.
It's simply the best children's cereal. I don't know what to tell you.
Part of this good breakfast. Crave those crazy squares.
There's a new pet.
Chia.
Chia Pets, the pottery that grows. And now Chia Garfield. And Scooby-Dooby-Doo. He's a Chia pet too.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yes, even Shaggy. It's fun. Soak your Chia, spread the seeds, and watch it grow.
Chia.
And now there's a bonus gift in every original Chia Pet box. A mini Chia Cuddly or a Chia alarm clock.
Chia.
Chia Pets. Collect them all.
Chat, what do we think about Almond Joys? Have you ever seen anyone eat an Almond Joy? Because up until, like, 5 seconds ago, I have not. I enjoy the royalty-free music that Infinite put in this. At least I think it's royalty-free. I would have to check because I'm not familiar with this. I do enjoy that, like, in this game, there are times where, like, the villains will just go out and do their own thing. Like, they'll start shit that you have to solve. Although I'm not a huge fan of Flambe. That guy is difficult, it seems like.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Alright, let's fucking go, y'all. I'm pretty sure that we're done with our shift here.
We got access to security cams of SDN subscribers all over our territory.
Wow, really?
Hold on just a second. Need to bring the chat back up. There you go. It's royalty free so long as there's a little blurb about where it's from in there.
Don't ask questions. Just always make sure to read the fine print.
I didn't do this.
Right, I feel like you've said that a lot in your life. What happened?
This is how I found the place. The old guy, who I assume is Granny, was laying here when I walked in. Hey, what's your favorite donut?
Look, can you just focus? What, you got ADHD or something?
Yes, fucker. Is it that obvious?
Ah, Queen! 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 Queen!
I don't want to sit here and fixate on it when we're supposed to be doing whatever, superhero shit.
Those long ones with the cream inside.
Dude, that's awesome.
No. They're called...
You love big, long, cream-filled dick donuts. I got it, dude.
Dude, I like the dick donuts too, alright?
Yep, you got me.
That shit's based.
Gobbling on hot, sloppy donuts. Love them from my mouth to my butt. Thanks for asking me that, so you could get all your funny jokes out. Now, can we maybe address the body in the room? What are you doing? You gonna poke it with a stick?
Check his pulse.
My 80... Dude, everyone in this game is so awesome.
This guy. So, can I go now?
A wellness check. It's a B&E. Let's figure out...
My ADHD... Dude, we have muscle moms, we have ADHD queens. Everyone here's awesome.
Cool. Well, why don't you stay put and work on that while I get another camera up online?
She's my least favorite. The worst of the lot.
That surprises me. You guys got similar energy. How do I switch cameras?
Just click the side here and you can cycle all the cameras in the building.
It's weird getting tech advice from an old person.
Bro, I'm not even 40 yet.
Weird hearing bro from an old person.
Dan. Lieutenant Dan? Is that a thing?
Yes, I am the legless Vietnam vet from Forrest Gump. Sick burn. Am I doing something wrong? Pushing that button just says access denied.
Ah, damn it. Sometimes people add extra security. They don't understand it just makes it harder for us to do our job.
Hey, what's taking so long? Are you sleeping or something, or are you just bad at your job?
Alright, here we go. We got the hacky minigame from Spider-Man. For fucking Marvel Spider-Man here. Here we are. Hold on. Oh, so like some of these are like...
Why does a donut shop even need extra security?
Hello?
This note has an unknown code. Find the key. Can I like guess it? I mean, if I guess it and get it wrong, it's probably gonna...
Used later. Remember it.
Up, down, left, left. Up, down, left, left. There we go. Nice.
Alright, what do we got?
Alright, Infinite, well, where did you get the royalty-free music from?
Who are you, Lieutenant Dan?
Hey, shut up for a sec. You're not alone.
Oh, no.
He's coming your way, armed. You need to disappear.
Why are you whispering, you idiot? You're in my ear.
No!
Oh, there you go.
Damn it, this bitch is a gusher.
Be careful.
I got this, Lieutenant Dan. Never mind.
Hold on. There we go. Nice.
Got any more great advice?
It's a bit cut off, but it should be fine. Okay, hold on. I need to pay attention. Otherwise, otherwise Visigal might die here.
Bitch.
Cam on.
Just hold him off while I find a way to help.
I mean, we got a big old bat, brother. We could send him over.
Sprinklers to short out his blaster.
Okay, we need to get to the overhead sprinklers so quick.
Come on.
Come on. Up, down. Oh no, we have a sequence here. All right, we got up, down. Remember. All right, up, down, left, up. 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 There you go. There we go. Alright, cool, it's gonna explode. He's gonna short circuit. Hold on. Who showed?
Granny, I don't think you know how to use that thing, so why don't you—
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, I'm one of the good guys.
You? Yeah, right. Don't fuck with me, okay? Nobody fucks Granny! Nobody fucks with Granny!
Invisigal, stay calm.
Great fucking advice, Lieutenant Dan.
Granny doesn't even know how to shoot that thing. Take out the thief first. He's the only one with his finger on the trigger.
You know what? It's my life on the line.
I'm done listening to you.
What?
I'm gonna blow that man's
Arm off and there's a whole building with me in it. Fuck off. I'm storming the device.
No, Invisigal, that's a direct order.
Dude, there is absolutely no way that you're gonna get back in here at this point.
Invisigal, you there?
What? And just like that, his ass is charred.
I think
Dilf.
he must have had something else to do, because he left.
I mean, this is why you have insurance, right?
Dude, he shot that straight up his candy ass. You're right.
Fucking kidding me.
This feels like a win to me.
It is not a win.
That was pretty good for first day. Sometimes people, you know, get electrical burns.
She disobeyed a direct order.
Well, that's the problem. This isn't the army, and these ain't soldiers. They're fucking supervillains.
Oh, yep.
Why don't you take a breather? We can debrief with Blazer in a bit. Here.
It's Kevin McLeod's song. Oh, dude, legendary Kevin McLeod.
Are you sure you're not actually 80 years old?
Dude, 12 successes. Thank you for your hard work. We get 1 SDN pharmacy item and 1 random point. Take a hero out of resting. Oh! Okay. So like if I need someone like in that moment, I could just get them out. Got it. Random point. Wait. Like, are these my points? My points? Choose 1 hero to receive a mobility skill upgrade. I kind of feel like that Coop and Invisigal need to be our, like, speedsters, right? So we're gonna go with them. Completed a Z-Team shift without missing or failing a call. Honestly, I think we did pretty good, chat. Good job. Oh god, Twinkies. Well, pff. It's a good thing you're not a monster anymore, brother.
Hey. Ah, shit. What kind of superhero flinches? I didn't say which superhero. Chill out.
If you had people trying to kill you for the last 15 years, you'd be jumpy too.
What makes you think my life has been any different? You think growing up surrounded by a bunch of shitbag villains, I didn't need to watch my back?
I can't just disappear, okay? I actually have to face my problems.
What the fuck?
You can't just go around. Ow! Why does he keep screaming?
His name's Sonar.
Yeah, I know what sonar means.
What's up?
Then why are you asking why he keeps screaming?
She was just explaining your, you know what? Never mind. Good shift.
This guy's weird.
Yeah, he is. Look, I actually just came by to celebrate the mission going well. Didn't mean to interrupt your little snack. What, do you need a pre-chew like a little baby bird, bitch?
I told Chase what happened, that you disobeyed a direct order.
Tattled on me?
Tattled? Are you 5? I told him the truth.
Fucking snitched, that's what that is.
You trashed the place. The suspect got away, you got the client hurt. You think when that guy signed up for SD and that it'd result in the back of his ballsack getting scorched? Because they don't mention that in the commercials.
First of all, the place was trashed when I got there. Second, I'm sure Granny would take some crispy nuts over losing his arm. As far as the bad guy, fuck, shit happens.
Fact of the matter is that shit didn't need to happen. We could have had an outcome where the client doesn't get fried and we get the perp if you had just fucking listened to me. You ask for help, then I can... What now? I make the calls, not you.
Here's some advice. You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You were a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built. Now you're a twitchy little bitch turtle without a shell. A real hero puts their ass on the line. A real hero can't just press a button and make their problems disappear.
The suit isn't what made me a superhero. It was how I did my fucking job that made me Mecha Man. Based on what I saw today, you wouldn't last a day as Mecha Man. Because there isn't a mech suit in the universe that'll keep you from being a selfish fucking asshole.
Wow.
Feel bad. Good. Fuck you.
Wow.
You gonna eat those Twinks?
You know what? Help yourself.
Twinks. You gonna eat those twinks? Disobeyed by a Visigal.
Into your nose.
There we go.
You have a tissue hanging from your nose, Robert. I was trying to ignore it, but that became impossible when it started soaking in blood.
Invisigal punched me in the face, but I asked for it.
Robert, this is serious.
It's not, I asked for it.
Okay, there's nothing you could have said that warrants her hitting
Would
you.
it be any different if I said I literally asked for her to hit me in the face, and then she did it?
I suppose.
Okay, then let's go with that.
We're
I
here.
wonder if there's a way you could have avoided that.
Aside from whatever happened here, I thought it was pretty good.
What?
Told you, Robbie.
I was watching on the monitor. The work you did dispatching. I don't think the Z team has ever had a better shift than that.
We just might need to confront the fact that it might be the best they can do. Especially the way the Granny thing went.
Yeah, now the Granny situation, that wasn't ideal. But I've seen so much worse with Invisigal.
Let's be real. She ain't gonna make it.
Is there no way that you could have avoided getting punched in the
There's
face?
a lot of promise in her. Really. Even the other Z-teamers respect her.
They're afraid of her.
The perp got away. How is that an acceptable outcome?
Yeah, shit happens.
Look, Robert, you should be proud. The bar is very low with this group.
Well, it's not low for me. Look, I like to make a joke and keep things light as much as the next person. But when it comes to work, I'm not fucking around here. If you want the Phoenix program to survive, the bar needs to go up.
And how would we do that?
By treating the Z team like what they are, a bunch of villains. And leading a supervillain team takes a different approach than a superhero team. I need to be around them. I need them to see I'm all in, and they need to match that energy.
Some tough love.
The only kind
That's honestly really good.
What I've seen, the only version they'll respond to. I'm not saying everyone will make it. They won't. I'm not saying it won't get spicy. It will. But when it does, I also need you to trust me to handle it. I don't want you stepping in. They need to respect me, even if I don't have powers.
I don't know. I gave Sonar my Twinkies.
Do it your way. Monday, we'll get them in a room and...
That sounds like it was a pretty good step towards respect.
I can't promise it'll work. I can only promise that I'll do my best.
No fucking way it's gonna work. But it'll be way more fun to watch.
Chase, some optimism, please.
God damn it. Yeah, I also promise to do my best.
Hey, kid.
What?
What are you doing?
Yeah. No. I did this. It's a...
Oh my god, no. Dude, he has the intern tag.
Put a donut on your desk earlier. Previously, it was nicely on a napkin, but then she comes back and she just crazy, like the evil mode, and hit and smash the same donut.
What a mess.
I'll
Man.
clean it.
What? No.
No, yes. See, I'm SDN's newest. He
Hero?
helpful janitor.
Aw.
Okay.
He really is Mr. I know. Dude, when I get pissed, you get missed.
Which you helped me get. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Happy to help.
My favorite bit about that joke is the shit that Meatwad is like dressed in, because in the episode, Frylock is like trying to get Shake to like take on a sidekick because Shake is the drizzle, right? And Frylock is like, hey, if the drizzle is like open to like new stuff, I have something for him that could probably help. And he brings Meatwad over in like a trash bag and like a garden hose wrapped around him and a sign that says Mr. Squared. And Meatwad is like, I'm Mr. Watch out, villains, when I get pissed, you get missed. It's the funniest visual of all time.
Great. Thanks, kid.
Welcome to the team, Waterboy.
Yeah, welcome to you. You too.
Ugh. Dude, that's worse than Mr.
I want you to know us fixing your suit is not contingent on you fixing the Z team. I wouldn't do that to you.
That's good to know.
But
Yeah, Meatwad make the money, see?
really glad you're here, Robert. I think we're going to do some great things together.
Hey, look, I really appreciate you setting this up. It's exactly what I need right now, and it'll get me that much more excited to be back out there.
Actually, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. It's a little awkward to mention, but Since the other night,
Blonde blazer.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready to go?
Oh, no. It's a good thing we didn't kiss him. Dude, it's a good thing that we didn't kiss her then.
this is my boyfriend, Phenomenon. This is our new dispatcher I was telling you about. Robert?
The third Robert Robertson, leader of the Phoenixes.
I do believe he gets the honeys, gee.
Really? Did she, say, I don't know, what came up in that talk?
She said you're a capable, honorable man that truly cares for others. Why are you so small?
Hey, come on.
The way you spoke of him made him sound impressive. I only seek to understand. I apologize.
Aw.
How was his first day? Was his lack of size and strength an issue?
No, it was great. It was great. It was a great first day.
That is phenomenal. We should celebrate. Blonde Blazer and I have reservations in Tokyo at a restaurant where the owner dreams of sushi. You should join us. I'm sure they could accommodate one more, especially a special occasion like this.
So she's saying no.
To get home to my dog. He's very needy.
Oh, of course. And to be responsible for another life is a beautiful thing, even if that life is a dog life.
Yeah, right.
Aww.
It's a little faster.
It was very nice to meet you, third Robert Robertson.
The pleasure was...
Now, could you step back? The power of my launch has been known to stun small beings. Phenomenal.
I'ma show you how to make a pound cake.
Chat, I feel like we got time for one more episode, right? I was kind of expecting these to be like, I don't know, longer. All right, let's see here. You and 93% of players bro fisted, dude. Dude, those 93% of players have for sure gotten pink eye at some point in their lives. You and 25% of players ratted out Invisigal for punching you. I didn't even know that was ratting out. I wouldn't have done that. You and 34% of players prefer Long John Donuts. You and 72% of players decided not to ask Blazer out. You and 89% of players said no to dinner with Phenomenon, with Phenomenon and Blazer. You and 42% of players didn't let Sonar meet Vanderstenk. You and 6% of players dubbed the Fight Men, Fighter Men, and Man Fighter. Your most sent hero was Invisigal. You performed better than 80% of players in today's shift. Alright. Cool. Yeah, Laura Bailey was here too. Based. Dude, super based, yeah. Was the singer actually going to show us the method of making a pound cake with ingredients? Dude, that video of her showing us how to make a pound cake, I feel like that could be an email, you know? But no, I didn't think, like, honestly, I thought that, you know, I didn't know that ratting her out would have been what the game is actually having me do, you know? So how many episodes do we have? We have 8 episodes. Okay. Perspective, synergy, moving parts, team building.
The singer did not, in fact, show us how to make a pound cake. She lied to us in song. That makes me a very upset homunculus.
Listen, homunculus, I'm upset too. Maybe we can both cry over it over a bag of Cheetos. I think that would help everyone, honestly. Who knew telling the truth was ratting her out? I mean, like, dude, literally, like all I did was tell him the truth.
It's break time.
You know?
Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
I've got the energy. No.
Oh, God.
No, I've got the energy. Energy plus, and so can you.
Lee feels energy, brother.
Want to feel like you're 18 years old again?
Hi, I'm John Layfield, former WWE World.
This is a very cursed commercial. I'm just gonna say that.
Financial news analyst. Whether I'm slamming Wall Street by day
or wrestlers by night. Energy Plus.
That guy looks like Baron Corbin, dude.
An incredible energy breakthrough that's not one of those quick fix power drinks.
Notable new AAA commentator John Bradshaw Layfield.
You perform at your best with no crash.
I'm Hall of Famer Wade Boggs. If you want to play like a pro all day, this little 2-ounce shot will put the fun back in your game.
I created Energy Plus as my answer to my body getting older and my desire to get back in the ring. Energy Plus is for everyone, from athletes to moms, from students to CEOs. Look at me. 2 years ago, I broke my back and ballooned to 330 pounds. But with Energy Plus, I had the energy to work out and to lose almost 100 pounds.
Chat, I just read the episode 3 description.
Fountain of youth. Just ask Tori Wilson.
Oh,
former WWE
dude.
fitness model and cover girl.
I don't think I've ever seen Tori be in anything more revealing than that.
Energy Plus. You'll feel the difference.
Energy Plus.
I completely forgot about that. I'll be back in a sec, chat. I'm gonna get another Pop-Tart. That shit was very revealing.
Father, could we make a Cheetos pound cake?
I'm gonna show you how to make a pound cake. Homunculus. Absolutely. But first, I think we're gonna need to fire some people, chat. I'll show you what I mean once we're back from break. Hold on. Dan, I think you're seeing things. I'm pretty sure you're seeing things there. Also, that pound cake song, I'm pretty sure you can find that on like Epidemic Sound or Motion Array. I mean, dude, I'm seeing pound cake in the chat right now.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Chat, I think we're gonna need to fire some people. I know chat censored something I said. I mean, I'm not seeing it. If it did censor something, I'm not seeing it. Also, chat, this right here is why I'm saying what I said. Your employment with the Superhero Dispatch Network, SDN, is on an at-will basis. This means your employment may be terminated at any time, with or without notice and with or without cause. I think we're going to need to fire some people, chat. I'm not a fan of this, but I think that's what's going to need to happen. Oh, they censored something Homunculus said. Huh. Ah, you're fired. I guess he can't say pound cake. I mean, he did say it. We all heard it, right? Unfortunately, I'm not very good at baking. I'm good at cooking, but if you ask me to make a pound cake, I don't know if it's going to turn out very well. I think that's better left to someone else. Dude, what are these graphics? This looks like a different game now. Oh.
Whoa, hey, what are you doing?
Brother, your warranty already void.
How can you just toss it around like that?
No worries, I'm pretty strong.
That's not what I'm saying.
Notice.
How you got this thing inside your apartment anyways? Oh, super heavy, the bugger.
I disassembled it and took it in little pieces, which is what I thought you'd be doing.
And how long did that take you?
3 or... No, it was 4 days.
I get 20 minutes.
Okay, brother.
This feels like you could
Oh my God.
be a little gentler with it. It is, you know, my whole fucking life.
Every time I walk in this place, I get sad.
That no happen to you? No one ever tell you that? Or no one never come over?
I'm poor.
I'm poor, Royd. Is that what you want to hear? Does that make you feel good?
Yeah, bro, you're not poor if you can keep this suit going. Like, where you sleep?
We're figuring that out.
You're figuring that out, huh?
Aw.
Even the beef got a bed. This the type of apartment you see when the detective kicked the door in, you know? Shine the flashlight, serial killer shit.
I get it. Can we focus on...
Where the astropulse at?
Lost in the blast while I was flying. No clue where it landed. I spent a couple weeks after it happened trying to track it down.
It powered the whole suit.
Yeah, it's the only piece of the suit my dad didn't have schematics for. That gonna be a problem?
Ah, might not. We figure them out.
How'd you know about the astropulse?
Oh, brother, everybody know about the pulse. There's actually two wicked pieces of tech, huh? Well, first you get the astropulse, this genius design energy cell. But inside them, you get the stellar core.
Can I help?
No, brother. You good. What's crazy is when you mix the controlled fusion reactions with the plasma containment. Oh, brother. You got a core one super crazy energized plasma state. Unreal stuffs. Like you caught one small star and chop them in a bottle. Genius.
So you can just make me a new one, right? Which is why it's not a problem.
Aw.
Super awesome.
Dude, we get to take the dog with us. Hell yeah.
Man, maybe we go for lighter metals this time, huh? You know, I actually met your dad one time, long time ago. First time I come mainland. He'll catch me trying to steal stuff from Radio Shack. Then we talk tech stuff for like a whole hour. Then he would take me to jail. That's how I ended up in a Phoenix program.
That's longer than any conversation I ever had with him.
Bummers.
Guess when you're building astropulses, there's not much time for talking to your son.
Not so sure about that.
I don't understand.
You see, there's gearheads, then there's science nerds. One kind garage, the other kind lab, you know. Your father one good gearhead, but I just can't see how he'll make something like the pulse. You know, science nerd.
How would you know this from talking to him once?
'Cause I'm both. True, I'm the one gonna fix your suit.
Whoa, nice graphics.
That one, over there, that's your father's suit. We gonna make this one the Robert suit.
This is incredible, Royd.
He's the Rob suit. He's robotic operating buddy, chat.
Hope you like it, brother.
Aw.
Royd, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you is what I need to say. This is unreal.
We make the man Mecca again.
Ah.
Kobe.
Let's go.
I think he did that on purpose.
So wait, are we just moving into our office then? That's basically all of our belongings, chat. We really don't have anything. To Robert.
Hey, Chase, I need a favor.
Favor? It's not enough of a favor getting you this job working with those stupid-ass pieces of... Oh, who's this, huh? Who's this little guy?
His name's Beef, and he's the favor. You mind keeping an eye out? I feel bad leaving him at home, but I don't want anything happening to him.
Robert, I would literally let everyone here melt in eternal hell, including you, before anything happens to this dog.
Dude, that's literally an office joke.
Little guy.
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
Got a sec.
Sure, yeah.
I love Beef so much, chat. Look at him. He's a little oval man.
What's up?
About the other day with Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. How's dinner?
Oh, it was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come. Phenomenon and I broke up.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's just the timing felt right. I don't know. Sometimes you just gotta shake shit up. It felt a little impulsive, but Maybe it was a long time coming.
Hey, I'm really sorry to hear that.
It is what it is.
So we're absolutely getting with Blonde Blazer by the end of this game, chat.
Thinking about it over the weekend, and I'm going to cut someone from the Z team. Or you are, rather.
Oh no.
I'm just looking to shake things up all over the place. Create a sense of urgency.
You sure about that?
Well, less sure now. You think it's a bad idea?
I'm just not sure how it'll play out.
The reality is, cutting someone towards the bottom of the leaderboards will show everyone we're serious.
I'll let the team know.
Oh, I already did.
I suppose it'll be an interesting shift.
Chat, who are we firing? That's the question. Who are we firing?
Okay, huh? She ain't bad. Those three ain't shit.
Did you come over here to tell me that? Because it's almost exactly the information a leaderboard gives you.
Actually, smartass, I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
Big Chungus? Wait. Where? Big Chungus?
Sonar, you alright? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
You said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay. I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting
One of the team members on the board is Big Chungus. I didn't even see that.
be judged on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Sorry, what's bullshit?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay, false. I'm judging you right now.
It's bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right, fine. Just ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to the gym and help Bat Boner? Don't ask.
Bat Boner. Handcuffed?
And not in a fun, kinky way.
Hold on. What's... Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Alright, one of them is Big Chungus, chat. We gotta do better than Big Chungus today. I feel like that's the friggin', I feel like that is, like, the bare minimum, right? Alright, so we have beach cleanup.
Altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of...
Big Boner. Bat Boner. Bat Bone. Shitty model. Why is it doing that? Hold on. Give me just a second, chat. Team and a monster. Alright, there's body parts left behind. Okay, hold on. Well, then we need to probably send someone for cleanup. Alright, remove giant monster remains from the beach. Load giant monster parts into secure waste collection truck. Large media and civvy presence. Alright, so we're gonna need someone that can do speech well. Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Hi. Wait, what?
No.
No. What? If,
I'm already going.
what? Okay, cool. Cool. Well, I guess those two are going then.
Fuck. I didn't know dogs
Pri-
could be so huge.
Prism trapped Coop.
The dog agrees with me. Coop has rancid vibes.
So bottom three is Coop, Sonar, and Invisigal. Okay, well listen, I want Invisigal to stick around, chat, so we're going to be using her quite a bit here. Evade it very, very slowly. Befriend the dog. Entice it with food. I mean, I feel like that she's way too fast for that, right? So I feel like we need to entice... So I feel like we need to entice it with food. There we go. Hey, nice.
What? It's strategic.
I mean, that's a good strategy, sister. Good job. Prism track Koo in an alley with an angry dog. Why did you do that? You want to get fired?
Uh-huh. You know, this is really fucking immature, guys.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
That's a pretty fucked way to live.
Emphasis on live.
Oh my god. You do realize that sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot on the team, right? Fucking idiots.
Just made it.
Okay, sure. We can call that a success.
All right, great. All right, well, get back here. We need to do some stuff. Anyways, skill points. We need to put her in for charisma, I think. No. We don't need that. We need combat, I think. Yeah, there you go. Because I feel like we're like building a lot of like charismatic dynamos here, and we don't need to be doing that. Hold on. Wait, hold on.
Deal happening at the Towards Airport right now? I think you should send the bad guy. He seems right for the job.
Convincingly pose as a buyer, preferably someone highly educated on drugs. So they want me to send Sonar.
All right.
Drug deal happening at Towards Airport. You should send the bad guy. Convincingly pose as a buyer, preferably someone highly educated on drugs. Okay.
Drug bust? Fuck yeah. My two favorite things. Drugs and booze.
Oh my god, dude. Turtle fans moved in. Flip the grill, start a fight, and ruin a bunch of hot dogs. Break up a fight between the UCT and state fans. Go on the offensive if you have to. Alright, so I feel like with that, we need to probably send Punch Up over there, right? Because breaking up the fight probably means talking. Yeah. Hold on, give me a second. I want to see what this is about.
My grandma just got scammed by someone claiming they work for you guys. She gave them her credit card numbers, social security numbers, all the bad numbers.
Alright, so we need to... Alright, so we need to, like, talk with them, then. Hold on. Alright, we gotta play tech support, then, chat. Gather intel. We need someone with big brain, too.
Swift as the night, sharp as my knife. Ugh, yeah, fine.
There we go.
Your sword is magnificent. Does it have a name?
Yeah, it's...
Oh, dude, that's good. Okay. Alright, go on the offensive if you have to.
I'm doing it.
We'll do that.
Sending me? You must be pretty fucking desperate. It's cool though, you know? Desperate's kind of my type.
If Visigal put laxatives in Punch Up's coffee, force it out of your system, mind over matter, focus on the job, fight the powerful urge. Dude, they keep fucking each other over. This is not gonna work, I fear.
I think I'm gonna use me head.
Oh wait, hold on. Injuries. When a hero gets injured, their stats are decreased by 1. If a hero gets hurt again, they'll become downed. Sabotage. Punch Up doesn't receive any debuffs from injuries. He cannot be downed. Hell yeah. Okay, so really he could just get back up there then. Alright, Visigal. Please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up. I would like that very much.
I'll be right back. Just gotta go powder my cocaine.
Dude, you promised me you were gonna come back.
I will, right after this bump. And like 4 more bumps.
Call in a coke-related favor. But this shit was worth it for sure.
Ugh, fuck you.
Alright, intel required. Right, intel acquired. Good job.
God. There's something sketchy happening in the mall parking lot. I think it's a drug deal.
Right, protect and defend civilians. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I'd be impressed by this if I wasn't in ever-increasing pain.
Gollum is... Right, Gollum is playing a loud sound to deafen sonar. Track down the source. Plug up your ears. Withstand the noise. Right, he doesn't have good enough vigor. So, I feel like track down the sound, or track down the source would be good. Good job. Hero saved. Alright, good job, brother. Alright. Let's do combat. Actually, no. I feel like having Malevola, like, as kind of an all-arounder is a good thing. Alright, drug deals shut down. And shut down the deal. Skills are decreased by 1. Good news, Flambe. I'm sending you out, brother.
What's it
Go.
gonna do to rise up the ranks around here?
What the? Punch up locked Flambe in a sensory deprivation tank.
Why get in the pot in the first place?
I don't want to talk about it.
Said that if he wanted a spa break, I'd make sure no one bothered him. Which I did.
Alright. Yeah, blast the lid clean off. There you go. If anyone can blast the lid off, it should be him. Yeah.
Blast it, you say? Don't have to tell me twice.
Alright, good job, brother. Alright, let me see here. Did you or did you not do that right? There you go, good.
Too stunned to speak. I get it. I have that effect on people.
Alright. She'll have more mobility. Cool, she'll have more mobility. Oh, wow, she has... Oh, wait, no, never mind. She only had the 1. Alright, there you go. Let's see. Oh, no, man.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Dude, Punch Up might be getting the sack after today.
How to stop a landslide?
Figure out how to stop a landslide.
Threatening as that sounds, I'm not going anywhere. We're tied for the bottom with fucking Invisigal.
Oh no.
Dude.
Dude. Okay, fine. Go.
My boy, excellent choice. First of many we could make together.
What?
Sonar, you have signed your death warrant.
Worth it. Next time, don't promise a man boobs.
No one promises.
Oh yeah, people also synergize with each other depending on the pair up between two people, so that's cool. I mean, I'm not seeing a lot of synergy. I am seeing a lot of, you know, the characters fucking each other over. Alright, Sonar pushed me into the pool during the water aerobics class. They refused to let me leave. I hate the water. And old people. Backstroke away. Describe your diarrhea earlier. Splash them and dip. I think she has the speed to just splash and dip. No! Ah!
Pruny. I hate Pruny.
This cannot keep happening, dude.
What happened?
She's fine. Just
walked into my
Sonar sounds like Mordecai from regular show. That there's Moist Critical, brother.
punching demons. Yeah, try it.
Nice.
I mean, that could have gone a lot worse.
Everybody should step back.
Alright, hold on. We got Sonar. I feel that he needs more intellect right there. There we go. And... oh, wait, hold on. Wait, powers.
Hey,
Dang.
Rob, I'm pretty sure I've got the scammer on the line.
Okay, get over here, you bitch. I got you. Do I have a time limit on these hacking minigames? Or no? Oh, wow.
Warmer. Got him.
Oh, okay. I get it. I understand this minigame.
There.
I understand the minigame. Dang. There we go. I got him. Give it back the credit card. Do not redeem.
Tailgate Brawl has turned into the mascot Inquisition.
What?
I cannot outrun them forever. This suit is too hot. Help!
Catch up with the rowdy fans. You can do that. Protect Terrence the Turtle at all costs.
Sure, your call.
I think these two are gonna do it. Fizz! With the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. What were you doing over on your end, my friend? Did you have fun doing it? Because we're having a lot of fun tonight with Dispatch. My first time playing this game. Reroute the traffic and keep it flowing. Lift their spirits and grab their attention. Hold on. Hold on. I know just the guy for rerouting.
Cybertrain with precious cargo aboard is minutes.
I'll go ahead and follow you. I don't know why I've not done it yet. Right, rescue the precious cargo aboard. I was just playing WWE 13, going through the Attitude Era mode. Oh, that's sick. Halt the train before it crashes. And rescue. Hold on.
Graceful, but deadly.
You look, different.
Better?
Dude, absolutely. Right. Right, diamond in the rough. On a call with 2 slots or less, certain slots, rather, I'm 2 slots or more, certain slots may grant +2 to a stat and -1 to another. Come back up here. I'm not done reading you yet. To others when Gollum is assigned. Okay. It's like we have a bit of a brain increase here.
And might I add, your face is looking
Punch Up paid a kid to
wow, betrayed by a fellow degenerate.
Shitty street kids love me. I'm like their king.
Punch Up paid a kid to stalk Invisigal with a spy camera. I think you gotta ditch him. But no, that's fucking awesome.
What's the matter, kid? Can't climb fire escapes?
That was like one of the only good showcase modes, I feel like. What the? Coop push Gollum into wet concrete.
It's an elegant trap. Simple but effective.
Ask someone for help. Incorporate it into your body. And pry yourself loose. I think incorporate it into your body is the best thing to do, buddy. Come on. Nah. Dude, I don't think there's anything.
Could be worse.
Sabotaged. You fucking bitches. Okay, fine. Reroute the traffic to keep it going.
Give him hell.
Right back at you.
Go! Oh no. Oh wait. Oh! Malevola heals one hero when sent on a call together. She receives +1 charisma or vigor. This affects stacks! Oh, so I should always send her on, like, multi-character missions then. No, dude. I need you back here. I need you back here, brother. Alright, catch up with the rowdy fans and protect at all costs. Please. There you go. Good.
Wow. That's a pleasant surprise.
Terrence, rescued. And what about this one? Dude, our shit is not even close to being over, I feel like. Ah, no.
Am I losing my touch?
You might be, brother. Oh yeah, we got that down pat.
Tail's wagging, I swear.
Half man, half bat, all freak.
All freak? Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Alright. So yeah, I feel like that punch-up should be like good at certain things and just dog shit at everything else. I feel like that's... I feel like that's pretty fucking apt. Alright, here we go.
Headed towards the alley on Wolf Street.
Oh boy. You sure?
Yeah,
Okay, you haven't really steered me wrong yet.
stay out of my way. Fuck
Okay.
off.
What are you
What?
doing in Visigal?
Not getting cut?
It's like you said, the way to win this leaderboard
Game is to not lose, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Dude, they just keep fucking each other over. This cannot... This cannot continue, dude.
Yes,
Lightning
the
struck.
that just ran by was lightning struck. This is now the second time that you let him get away.
No shit. That's crazy. Oh, chill out.
I mean, you kind of asked for it, dude.
I'd normally say cut her, but the way things are going, I'd cut the whole damn team. You need a reset, Robbie.
All Z team back to base and in the conference room in 20 minutes.
Yeah. The lack of team synergy is right, dude. That was dire. That was very dire. Okay, I was wondering if he would turn back to normal.
Anyone else think this is a waste of time?
Yeah, I know.
Like, what are we doing? What's the fuck is the point of this?
I'd rather be somewhere else.
I had 1,000 better things to do. There is so many other things I can watch right
Hit the gym to give Teresa a suits for workout.
Can everybody take a seat so we can get started?
now. I'm missing it because of this burn issue.
Hey, can I get your attention, please? I would like to get started. So
Oh, looks like this motherfucker's got the power to fly.
Oh, Bobby boy, look where you're going at.
Oh, serves you right.
Hey. I understand you're big, but you need to be considerate of the people around you.
You in trouble?
Have a seat.
Wow. I mean, that is his seat now, brother.
I'll sit on the floor.
Suit yourself.
What's
What's going on?
Hmm? Oh, I offered him a seat.
Guys, who are we firing? Someone's got to go.
So we getting this party started?
Yeah, what's this shit about? Let's go. Come on. Fucking wasting my time. Let's go.
Okay. As you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, you said that already.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing, you wouldn't have to throw no one out.
Hey, Nikki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero team did you come from? Fucking Geek Squad?
Doesn't matter. See, what matters
Oh,
is
man.
to figure out who stays and who goes.
Yeah, chill out, lady. Ha ha. Let the man talk.
Okay, whoa.
You talking shit, you hipster motherfucker? Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons.
Whoa.
That was funny. See? We're just busting balls.
Keep talking. You won't have your tiny inbred balls left to bust.
Ask next time, or there won't be a next time.
Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch.
Okay, I'll make this quick. Most people will look around this room and see a bunch of villains. Not even the super kind, just plain ass, run-of-the-mill, vanilla fucking villains. But that's not what I see. 'Cause lucky for you, I'm not most people. When I look around this room, what I see is...
Pain.
Pain.
Describes what I'm feeling.
Now, I can't take that pain away. I can't punish all of those that hurt you, but I can teach you how to harness it, to use it, to make something good out of the part of you they didn't get. You're all part of the Phoenix program. Any of you know what a Phoenix is?
Ooh, city in Arizona.
Yeah, the sweltering ballsack of America.
Nah, if Florida's the dick, then Louisiana's got to be the boss. Just, position.
The Phoenix,
Sorry.
according to legend, is a beautiful bird of prey that was so tired of its immortality, it tricked the sun god into dropping a spark on its nest to set it ablaze, burning it to shit. But instead of dying, the Phoenix emerged from ash, reborn. You, every single one of you, are those flaming piles of burnt shit. You, especially. Now, you can stay piles of shit, like you've been your whole life, or we can turn this thing around. The Phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room. To burn up who you were, to become who you were meant to be.
Phoenix is also a lame-ass band my lame-ass roommate listens to.
You're late.
I like that band.
You would.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? I was here the whole time. I turned invisible, genius, remember?
Great. Then you know we're cutting someone, and you, Miss Hot Topic Sale, are at the bottom of the leaderboards. Have a better second shift.
Fuck, I need this job.
What for, Coupe?
Oh, wait, are we actually gonna have another shift here? One that's not just them fucking each other over the whole time? Okay.
Great speech back there, Robert.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, you heard the man. Get out there and do some stellar dispatching. You got this.
Let's do it. But like, who... Hold on. It keeps on telling me that, like... There's, like, upgrades and stuff.
And he's right to be paranoid. Secret police hired me 3 years ago to kill him. He pissed off the wrong dictator, who shall remain nameless.
Okay. I think... Punch up. You're good for this. You're good for this, brother.
Bums on that corner. Makes you wonder if the best days are behind us.
Go get him, buddy. Chat, I'm not gonna lie. I'm loving this.
I just got Robert's joke.
What joke?
Offered me a seat. I just got it. That was funny.
3 hours ago.
Dude, you know what? Better late than never. Try my best over here. There you go. Good job, Punch Up.
All right, well done. That right there is Phoenix material.
All right, and now to the stadium.
Just cut me in line at the Utopia concert. I've been here for 12 fucking hours.
Peacefully smooth out the line cutting situation.
I like her. You basic, fat bitch. Super hearing, and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and can't write a song to save her life.
Say what you want. It's catchy.
Unbelievable.
All right, well, Prism, that sounds like it's a good job for you. Go out there and do it.
Nickname. What about Caliente?
Ugh, no.
Fine. Horny.
Cool.
You got in your heavy rotation right now.
You know, honestly, it's a lot of ska, but I had like a really big techno yodeling phase recently.
Oh no, dude, Malevola loves Real Big Fish. I know it for a fact. You over there listening to Goldfinger, I know it. All right, show her real star power. The line cutter pulled out a knife. Actually, several knives. Show her real star power. Or we could serenade her. Dude, the Prism and Malevola duet is gonna be so sick. Hell yeah.
Mad dubs today, baby.
Line law upheld. Good job, guys.
I think there's some kind of cult recruiting outside my store. They're creeping everyone out.
Oh, identify the loiterers' recruitment goals and tell them to disperse immediately. Alright, so we need, like, good charisma, then. These guys. Alright, great. So far, we have a lot... Oh, hold on. So far, we have a lot of synergy. That's good. That would have been great for, Malevola. Free their minds? Destroy the literature, or free their minds. I feel like we need to, like, I feel like we need to free their minds. Yes!
Hey, showing them how we do it big top style.
Big top style, brother. Hold on. Let's see here. He's got that good-ass combat right there. And then... we have sonar again. Okay, hold on. Let me see what his... Right, he swaps with Right, intellect swaps with combat, and charisma swaps with vigor. Intellect swaps with combat, charisma swaps with vigor. Well, then I feel like we're gonna need someone that also has good intellect on this team, right? Because we can't just rely on sonar, because half the time, he's not gonna have that, you know? Alright, there we go.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
There's a bunch of men in the basement of the Giga Burger for some kind of fight club.
Oh my dude, the Wilhelm scream again.
There's been fighting tourneys ever since the first chimp made a fist. You're crazy if you think you can shut this down.
Alright, well I know I'm not sending you, Punch Up. Shut down the underground fight ring in the basement of Giga Burger. Anticipate resistance for the Fight Club members.
I'll get it done, baby.
Ready as ever.
Alright, hold on. Anticipate resistance. So we need to shut them down. Yeah?
Come on, you're digging me on the... I mean, fuck you, dude. I don't need this shit.
Dude, I'm sorry. You just not impressed me so far. I'm sorry. How about this? You get the next job.
We ain't stopping nothing. So you might as well send me in.
My client requires protection at lunch with the governor of California.
Protect.
Still alive. Are you going soft on us, Coop?
Please. They couldn't pay, so I canceled the job. No cash, no kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full, so as long as the check's clear, I will kill or protect as they see fit.
Right, protect and be prepared to fend off any incoming attacks.
They see fit.
Hold on. Do we have... No, I'm gonna send Flambe over there.
Come the fuck on.
Dude, you've already had 2 jobs today.
Oi,
Fine.
my eyes are down here.
Fine, you get a 3rd, brother. You know, Invisical hasn't seen a lot of action so far. I feel like I need to send her out for something. Shut down the underground fight ring. See, we did it. We did it. Turney, dead. Now that right there is how we get shit done. Intellect. There you go. And now, not Gollum. I don't know why. Hold on. I feel like I'm not, like, I'm getting these powers quick enough for these characters. Protect and be prepared to fend. Nice. So I didn't even need Flambe. Oh, but he's burning up. After a success, Flambe gains +1 combat and +1 mobility. This affects stacks. All boosts reset after a failure. Oh. I know her and Gollum work well together, funnily enough. Oh, what, Malevola? Or Invisigal and Gollum.
Word on the street is the tourney just relocated. Coop would know where.
I'm on it.
Wait, where are you going? Coop, where are you going?
My source says that the next tournament will be held at the refinery in 1 hour.
Oh, okay. We can shut down the tournament or fight in the tournament.
Robert, send me in to compete. I'll win so hard. We'll outrun every bookie in Torrance.
Send Punch up to fight in the tournament. Try not to get killed. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. If that doesn't work, forcefully shut it down. Try not to destroy the refinery in the process. Okay. All right, hold on. Let me see here. Hero training.
Well, officially, legally, your flight-capable heroes need a flight license.
Okay. All right, chat. Which one is getting a flight license? Sonar or Flambe? Your flight-capable heroes need a flight license. So, like, if I give them this, that probably means they're going to be faster on the ground, right? I feel like Flambe is going to be able to make better use of this because theoretically Sonar's only going to be able to use it like half the time, right? So I think Flambe, because we've not been using him all that much anyways, so I think that he would probably get better use out of this. Go do it, brother. Anyways, we need to shut down this tournament. You've already had a lot of stuff today, dude. Convince the organizer to cancel. Forcefully shut it down. Try not to destroy the refinery in the process. No one Invisigal. I'll put you down in there.
Fuck it, we ball.
Guess what?
Alright, we need to convince them then.
Yep, on it.
Cool. You think the SDN can be bribed? this whole leaderboard thing goes away.
Bribes?
Punch Up will remember that.
How do you think they feel about menacing threats?
No.
Desperate fucks.
Good job, brother. Oh, wait. Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? Nice. Good job, everyone.
I got you, baby.
Oh, they got synergy.
But thanks, dude.
Okay, cool. We got synergy. Good job. This. I want to give her a bit more mobility. Hold on. Wait, we got like a bunch. Dude, we have like unspent skill points here. Hold on. Again, I just think having her as kind of, you know, like an idea as to who to let go. Well, hopefully we won't have to let go of anybody. Hold on. Flambe flies to call locations, greatly reducing travel time. Incredible. Now that right there is what I'm talking about, brother. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. Honestly, it's really dealer's choice.
At the Torrance Pier.
Protect the subscriber at the pier while he has fun. Be prepared to fend off incoming attacks.
Close your eyes. You're not gonna like what you see anyway.
I'm outie.
Alright, go get him, brother.
Come on, one date.
No. Do not ask again.
Hot.
If disagrees with me, they're more than welcome to come on. Lindsay, send our address.
Get on. Oh. Participate in a friendly debate. Alright, hold on. What? No!
Your position at the top of the leaderboard.
Hero training.
I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you've contained
Oh.
than anyone else on the team.
I'm like a psychic, man. I can sense where they're going to be before they happen.
Listen, there's a lot of potential here for a good housing insurance scheme. You just need a middleman. I could be your guy.
Ah, interesting. You know, if I'm ever in the market for a rat with wings, I know where to find you.
Alright. There's someone who needs extra hero training. I've got some free time right now. You know, Invisigal doesn't really have much sort of going for her at the moment, so I'm gonna... What? Okay, hold on. Never mind.
Yeah.
Alright, well, who wants it? I feel like in order to get the most out of her, then I need to put her in training real fast. What? Okay, hold on. Wow. We have eyes on the assassin. Looks like Red Ring. Alright, disarm the assassin. Nice.
Indeed. And I can assure you he's a terrible assassin. And I, as it turns out, am an incredible bodyguard.
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Dude, I love that about you. Life trade. Oh, wait. Do I need to, like, trade one? Hold on. After healing a hero, Malefla also reveals the stats of the next call she's assigned to. I think that would be really fucking good. After healing a hero, Malefla also creates a portal near the call once per shift. The portal lasts 45 seconds after call completion. Per shift.
Help! I'm at the Torrance Bank and there's these guys with masks and guns.
Uh-oh. Alright, we need... rescue the bank manager. What? No! What do you mean, no? I'm sorry.
Truck spotted. Urgent care on Big Street.
I already tangled with this dickwad once. Send someone else.
No. Dude, come on. Go quickly before he gets away. Apprehend lightning struck. Don't underestimate him. Hit him hard. Okay, cool.
Fair play.
New me? Fucking rocks.
Watch me whip this amateur's ass.
Oh, dude, he got there quick.
Send someone else.
Do you not... Dude, okay. Okay, fine. Oh, what assigned to a call? Oh, discovered every hero's starting quirk. Okay, cool. When assigned to a call, Prism duplicates the heroes who are left. Placing their illusion in an empty slot with half their stats. Oh, okay. Well then go do it. Go do it.
Benevolent devil vibe.
Go do it. Okay. Trap the robbers inside the vault. Brawl the robbers, I think, is good. Right, they're trying to force the manager to open the vault. Go and brawl the robbers. Oh yeah, we got maximum brawling. That's good.
That's how we do it down under.
Okay, we're actually fucking doing this then. Apprehend lightning struck. Go quickly before... stop! Stop right there! Oh.
Okay.
Good. Whew. Great. Alright, again, I kind of want some, Malevola to be kind of a jack of all. So I think that's pretty good for her. We'll make Flambe big in combat. And again, Gollum just needs to be a brick shit house. So, there you go. I feel like Malevola and Coop would be sort of the vibe.
Huh. Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
Nice.
What's the word? As a team.
Uh-huh. Baby, that's got a name. It's teamwork.
Isn't that like a sexting?
What type of sexting would that be?
It's not really safe for work, you know. I'll text it to you. One sec.
Oh, damn, boy. That's some fucking teamwork, all right?
Gangbanging. There you go. And a random point to anyone I need it to be. Again, I don't think Gollum's gonna be good for, you know, combat. Needs to be a big old brick shit house, so I'm giving that to Invisigal. There you are. Cool. Job well done.
Invisigal, where are you going?
There you go. One more strike against me. You gotta get rid of somebody, right? I'm making it easy for you.
No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them. I tried. Just wasn't meant to be.
Meant to be? What are you talking about?
Blazer, Phenomenon, they have hero powers. Strong out there for all to see.
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal shit and watch famous people fuck. Being a villain is my fate. It's in the fucking stars. In the same way that blonde Blazer was always meant to be a hero.
You make your own destiny.
Where'd you get that? Kung Fu Panda?
Lion King.
I think it's in Trolls 2 also.
All fine films with a fine message.
You've already been a hero, okay? You have no idea what I'm dealing with.
Oh, get out of here. At least you were born with powers. I don't have shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
You aren't far off.
Fate, destiny, not having powers, seasonal depression, none of these things kept me
From being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again.
Recording in progress.
Oh my god. You want to talk about fate?
That lightning-struck fuck that's been on a spree is 2 blocks from your location. Maybe it's third time's the charm.
I told you. I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a third time?
What makes you think it'd be any different?
This is a gal. Just get one for the road. You're still on the clock. Fuck this guy up. Walk out with your head held high. Finish in style.
Finished by getting zapped so hard I pissed my pants? That style?
I promise I won't tell anyone if you piss your pants, no matter the reason.
Or are you just gonna sit there and subject kids to secondhand smoke?
I really want Visigal to get this guy.
Can give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
Go get him, buddy. Alright, I'm locking in, chat. I need my girl Invisigal to get this.
You ain't worried about a hero crashing the party?
Load that up. Where's your boy? Shit. You, donut girl. You sure you want to do this again?
Invisigal, are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just help me find this fucker.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair that you can see me, but I can't see you.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Uh-oh. Alright. I have no clue when I'm gonna start being timed on this, so I may as well start, acting like I am.
Alright. A little more tricky.
Antivirus, getting caught means getting arrested. Or getting caught means getting reset.
Oh, come on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus. There you are.
Oh, is this what you meant by, like, being timed, or is it, like, something else?
Got it. I can see again.
That makes one of us. So where the hell is he?
I can't see him from this camera. Let me try to get another one online.
Something else. Okay.
Shit.
Oh, shit. Right, so it's smart enough to, like, turn around when it... Yep, it's smart enough to turn around.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Can we snooze that? Or now?
Got you.
Hold on. Yep, I can snooze that. Good. Alright, let's do it.
He's at your 7.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
He's heading your way.
Invisigal, I got a plan.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Nice.
Got it. On the count of 3, I'm going to turn on the main overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him.
Giving you a chance to take him out.
1,
2,
3.
Invisigal will... Cool, Invisigal will remember that.
I'm no hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again. Now you see me? Wait, what about lights out, Thundercuck?
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it first.
Right, because lightning, thunder, struck, cook,
Lightning and the thunder. Sup, Thundercook?
More like Bangle Bitch.
Or bitch boy.
Hey, Bangle Bitch boy, fuck you. Where do go?
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
So, this one keeps the comm line one-on-one. This one connects to the whole team. And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
You got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision. HR nightmare. Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
I want it to work. Someone like Invisigal turning it around is what this program should be about. I'm rooting for her.
So am I. I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah,
that was great.
This mission was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
Aw.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
Bangle boy? Really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it. Look, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
Then it's a good thing she's not.
Oh, so we actually need to choose someone.
These two are now tied for last place. Who do we cut? Sonar or Coop? It's your call. I support it all the way.
I feel like Sonar's just too situational, chat. We gotta cut him.
Sonar it is. He had to use his distress beacon before he even left the building today, so I'm not sure it's gonna work.
What happened?
He thought he was gonna see boobs and got tricked.
You somehow gave me too much detail and not enough detail in one sentence. All right, I'll get started on the paperwork.
I'll let him know.
Hey, Robert. Great work today.
It's almost time for a 3-minute Cheetos break, my dudes.
Just in time. We'll let it run, chat, and then and then after that we'll probably be done once this chapter's
It's
done.
break time. Where are the Cheetos, my dudes?
Brawl concludes after this.
The Family Guy theme song is your new ringtone. All you have to do is text Peter1 to 75555. Or you want Peter laughing? Send Peter2. Text Peter3 for giggity giggity giggity. Peter4.
You still getting that one infinite.
There's an evil monkey in my closet. And for bird is the word. Peter6 to 75555. Or go to Jamster.com, subscribe to get up to 20 products like games for $9.99 a month. Remember, it's Jamster.com.
You still getting Peter 2 Infinite? God, I love this game so much, chat. No, as much as I like Sonar, he's just way too situational, I feel like. Someone like Coop just has more versatility. I had a feeling you would love this game. Dude, I want to play it multiple times, I'm not gonna lie to you. Well, personally, I wouldn't want to cut either of them because that just limits our resources, you know? I'm glad that Invisigal wasn't one of the options because she is like definitely like you know the villain I'm most sort of invested in.
$10,000 or more in back taxes? Is the IRS threatening to take more of your money? Don't fight the IRS alone. The Tax Doctor is here to help you negotiate your tax bill.
Hello, Mario. So how was it? It's so good, Pat. It's so good. Thank you. Thank you for getting this for me for Christmas, I think. I think it was Christmas. Either that or my birthday, one of the two.
Years of experience to represent your case to help you get the best resolution under the IRS guidelines. Help is here to deal with the IRS.
This has been so fucking good.
We've handled thousands of cases, so we know what we're doing.
Especially as someone with, like, you know, like autistic ADHD, I see a lot of myself in Invisigal.
IRS alone.
Not necessarily
for a tax emergency analysis.
You know, not necessarily the criminal stuff, but definitely the thing where it's like the way that you were born. You know, be it with powers or maybe, you know, like a mental block. Makes it much more difficult to sort of incorporate into normal society. Or to even, like, use whatever talents you do have. In a way that's beneficial to you and isn't just self-destructive. So, yeah. I really identify with her.
Excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Welcome back to Raw, everyone. We're gonna fucking... I need to fix up this... Dude, I need to fix up this one again. Ah, fine. Okay. We're probably gonna have to... pull this back up here soon. I didn't want to cut Sonar, dude, but I had to. Oh, can't hear the game? Hold on. Hold on, can I go back to the main menu real fast? Alright, let's resume.
So, I'm sure you know why you're here.
Nah, not at all, man. No clue. What's up? What's going on, Robbie?
Well, I'm cutting you.
What? No. What? Invisigal's. So she should be getting cut. She's on the bottom.
Not anymore, actually. Her last dispatch put her above you.
Hey, they're gonna call security.
This isn't over.
It actually is. Sorry it didn't work out.
Watch your back, Robert.
Oh, man.
Why is this? What? Did you?
No. You must have just locked it.
Sorry, force of... Fuck you!
Aw. That was really tough, man. Watch your back, Robert.
You could
Left
call
in
it
a tie.
Did he try to choke you with that or something?
No, he just left it.
You're lucky he just stopped at the tie. Hey, check it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
You're spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
Just made the cut. I saw that.
I still would have cut you.
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
I am very curious to see how Sonar plays into the rest of this game. If he even does at all. Alright. You and 38% of players cut Sonar from the Z team. Dude, me and 38% of players are the smart ones, I feel like. Because he's just way too situational, I feel like. You and 76% of players threw a chair into Golem. You and 99% of players helped Invisigal against Lightning Struck. Is there a way that you don't help her against Lightning Struck? Or because that feels like such a gimme. You and 23% of players said you're burnt shit. You and 40% of players said you make your own destiny. Out the 7 times the hero was sabotaged, you helped them escape with no injuries 4 times. You and 38% of players decided to shut down the fighting tournament. And you and 88% of players successfully protected Victor Vaslov from his enemies. I thought that was David Zaslav for a second. Your most sent hero was Punch Up. You performed better than 50% of players in today's shift. You activated a hero's powers 31 times. And there we go. Chat, this game is awesome. The way you sent out people reminds me of Fire Emblem. It kind of reminds me of Fire Emblem too. Chat, this game is fucking great. I love the writing in this. I love the blending of like sort of like strategy and Telltale game type of visual novel storytelling. I love Invisigal very, very much. I'm glad that they decided to make her a centerpiece of this. I'm very, very curious to see like, you know, how Sonar is gonna like work into this later. I want to see, dude, I'm probably gonna play this a second time off stream. I'm not gonna lie, because there's so much here that I feel like it's just gonna come back around later on. So, especially big pivotal choices like having to cut someone from the team. I wonder if like Coop would have taken that worse than Sonar, because I didn't want to cut Sonar. I didn't want to cut anybody, you know? But if I absolutely had to, Coop is the one, you know? Like, Coop is the one to keep, because she just has much more utility. She just fills in, or she just slots into more places that, you know, require someone of her skill set. Whereas someone like Sonar, I need to plan more around him, you know? She's one of the 2 romance options to no one's surprise. Who, Coop or Invisigal? About stat choices. I want to see this again. Yeah, you and 38% of players cut Sonar from the team. Invisigal. That makes so much sense, dude. Honestly, fuck Blazer Blonde or whatever her name is. Invisigal is the way to go, I feel like. My big autistic ADHD queen. I only want what's best for her, as should everyone else. Yeah, this was very fun, chat. Awesome stream. Thank you very much. I will fight you. What do you mean you'll fight me? Dude, I'm sorry. Like, I realize that, you know, Blonde Blazer or Blazer Blonde is on the up and up, but Invisigal... Dude, Invisigal is so based, you know? I feel like that she is a no-brainer. But now fucking... Dude, Sonar's gonna go on his fucking YouTube channel and post a video that says the Z-Team situation is crazy. and that'll be my downfall. Dissing Big Booty Blazer. She does have the cake, but she doesn't have the tism. Invisigal has the tism all day long. Alright? And that's why I gravitate towards her. Anyways, chat, I think we need to raid out to somebody. This was very, very fun. Thank you all so much. Dude, I completely forgot about... Dude, I already forgot about POUNDCAKE. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Cass is on right now. Cass is on right now. I think that we should raid into her. I think we need to raid into her. Here. Here, let's go ahead. Hold on. I'll put on the music. This was very fun, chat. We will absolutely be coming back to this next week or even like later this week instead of doing zoo books, because I really, really, really want to see this through. POUNDCAKE raid is the new chat. How, dude, how did the royalty-free track go? Was it like, I'm gonna show you how to make a pound cake or something? I'm gonna show you how to make a pound cake. There, hold on, I'm gonna send the message. Dude, here it is. Here's the raid message, dude. That right there's the raid message. There, cool. Alright, thank you all very much. I really love y'all. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. This was very fun. We will absolutely be seeing this through. I need to see this through very, very much. If you've not done so already, please follow. Especially if you enjoy wrestling shit. We'll be doing that on Saturday with SmackDown vs. Raw 2011. Join the Discord. We have a lot of fun over there. I do occasional wrestling watch-alongs over there. We're gonna be doing one tomorrow with New Japan Pro Wrestling's Best of the Super Juniors tournament. That I think happened earlier today, and we're gonna be watching the first iteration of it tomorrow in the server. Follow me on my socials. I'm on a lot of stuff there. Follow me on whatever works for you. Until then, until Saturday, I should say, I will see you all on the flip side. Catch y'all later.